Hello, 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 hello. Welcome back to another stream. I hope you're having a fantastic Friday. Oh, let me turn on my captions real quick. I forgot to do that yesterday. I've been forgetting to turn these on lately. Excuse me. The printer is running. The day as well. We should start some Ace Attorney because we got some ground to cover. Because I got to dip at a little before 4, but we got 2 chapters to get through and only so much time to do it. So let's hop into this game. I got my printer pretty much dialed in. I may need to, the first layer's going a little slow and I think that might be causing some issues. So I may have to speed up my first layer, but everything else is finally locking in. Finally, I redid all my calibration with PLA and then kind of took it from there, and that seems to have solved a lot of the issues that I was having. Should have just done it the right way from the beginning. I swear to God. if nothing else, 3D printing is a hobby that teaches you patience, because anytime you try to take a shortcut, it's never shorter. You always get punished for trying to shortcut shit. But anyway, let's get into this game. March 15th, 12:07 a.m., Theatrum Neutralis lobby. So now we know who the Yatagarasu really was. And yet there remains much to this case that needs to be resolved. One sec. The printer's going a little too slow on the first layer, which is causing it to leave an occasional blob as the filament gets a little too melted and then like leaks extra out. So I gotta speed it up the next time for the first layer, but everything else is going real nice. But I just gave a part a little haircut to remedy that issue. So hopefully that won't compound and cause more issues later. Because as it was going to run into the print head pretty rough, and yeah, anyway. And yet there remains much to this case that needs to be resolved. Yeah, seriously, this is basically a whole separate case at this point. Like how the weapons cross the country lines, for example. The 2 countries have incredibly strict security systems and entry procedures. Short of a miracle, it's impossible for someone to have smuggled them in. Smuggling them in, huh? We will need to open a new line of investigation on just this aspect alone. But before we do, I would like to go through my evidence once more. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. Hey, there's a VCR here, sir. Now we can see what's on that tape Detective Bad gave us. This piece of evidence from the KG-8 incident, hidden from sight for 10 long years. I just know that this is related to the current case somehow. All right. A detective. Oh, hello, failed robot. I hope your Friday's going well so far. It is. I hope yours is as well. Happy to see you. Detective Gumshoe, if you could please play the tape for us. Sure thing, sir. Okay. This man. It's Manny Cochin. And he's holding a knife in his hand. This looks like the footage from a security camera at the entrance of an apartment building. An apartment building? How do you figure that? Unlike you, I actually read the summary file on the KG8 incident. And the crime scene was the victim's own apartment. So this footage was shot at the entrance to the victim's own apartment building? At the trial, Mr. Faraday claims that this piece of footage existed. However, no one could find it. Yes, somehow someone was able to steal it and hide it through Mr. Ernest Amano. I can see how this would have been a definitive piece and why someone would want to hide it.
But it's a piece of evidence from a 10-year-old case. There's no way it's related to the case we're working on now, sir.
Actually, I believe it has everything to do with the case we're working on now. The ringleader even went so far as to use Mr. Portsman to retrieve it. Which means that in this video lies a very inconvenient bit of footage to the ringleader.
Where?
Wait, what was that?
Huh?
That bit you played just now. Please show it to me again. This car. This is something we cannot overlook.
Why is that, sir?
Look here, Detective Gumshoe. This maybe? Or the license plate? Or is it that there's someone else in it? Let's try this.
Take that!
Okay. And this is the national flag of the Principality of Cadopia. And because it has the national flag on it, we know this to be an official government car. But the question we should be asking ourselves is, what was a government car doing here?
Ah, Mr. Von Karma and Mr. Edgeworth. So you were here all this time.
Ambassador Alba.
Thank you very much for continuing the investigation, even at this time of night. Ah, if only I was even a tiny bit more careful. This tragedy would have never have happened. I am truly sorry.
And this wasn't your fault, sir. And this had nothing to do with how careful you were.
You idiot, Quercus! You couldn't chase after a simple thief. Now then, let's get down to the real reason why I came looking for the two of you. I would like you to put the investigation on hold for a while. Can you do that?
Excuse me?
I heard you've apprehended the thief that turned this embassy upside down. And we are in the middle of an event celebrating our country's reconciliation. We can't exactly have the police and detectives walking around here forever. You're scaring the visitors away. So I hope that you can understand how I feel.
But we must finish our investigation and resolve the remaining issues.
Why don't we leave the rest to the Alabastian and Babyliss police?
Ambassador, we are so close. Just a little more and...
Ms. Von Karma, I'm afraid I've made up my mind. And without my permission, you can't proceed with your investigation anyway, right?
That's true. However... As he said at the very beginning, this area can be considered to be Alabastian soil, in which case we are nothing but foreigners in their land. Is this really where our investigation ends?
Shifu, we found Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Shifu, this way! Yo!
Agent Lang, you're back on the scene rather quickly.
If I laid back and took a break, I'd lose the scent of my prey, Mr. Prosecutor. Agent Lang, why have you returned? Because I have to solve this case no matter what. Well, I'm sorry to inform you. Don't take this the wrong way. I don't suspect you personally. However, a member of Interpol was just found to be a thief, and so... Under these circumstances, I wish to put your investigation on hold. After all, I believe our own police can handle things from here. They are quite capable. They even run a smuggling ring, they're so capable.
At this rate, our investigation really will come to a close.
Ambassador Alba, I get it now. I really do. Oh, I'm very glad you understand how I feel. No, not that. What I was talking about is... I know who the killer is behind tonight's murder.
You... No?
The...
Killer?
Do you really mean that, Agent Lang? Wolves don't lie. Then who is it? Well, let me first say that I'm not talking about Mr. Cochin's murder. That was all Shina. Lang Ji says the truth lies not at the exit, but rather shines outside the maze itself. The truth is unexpectedly simple. So let me ask you this. Who do you think was Damask 2's killer? I'll tell you who. It was you, Franziska von Karma.
I don't think so. I was the killer? Wait, but that's impossible.
Yeah. Although, that whip is actually quite...
Meow. Hold your tongue with that ludicrous remark you were about to make. Agent Lang, are you seriously accusing her of murder?
Yeah, I am.
He doesn't appear to be joking.
Hey, sis. I remember that just before Ambassador Alba went to give his speech, he called you into his office, right?
Yes, he did, but what does that have to do with anything?
I'm getting to that. Furthermore, in order to solve both cases, you moved around rather freely between Alabast and Babel, did you not?
And where is your evidence that I am the killer?
I was just getting to that. Trust me, I'll show them to you in due time. Ambassador Alba, in order for me to bring this case to a close, I'll need to inspect your office one more time. Will you grant me permission? With things as they are, I suppose I don't have much of a choice, do I? Good. Then let's move out. Oh, and don't even think about running away, sis. My pack will be keeping a close eye on you. You can bet your bottom dollar on that.
As if I would have any reason to flee. But just so we're clear, your logic had better be sound. Because I'll accept nothing short of a perfect explanation. She seems rather upset. Not that I blame her.
I expected that you'd accept no less. But we'll see how long you can keep that nose of yours stuck up in the air like that.
Hold it!
Agent Lang, as someone related to tonight's case, I request that you allow me to take part. And so that I may clean up my superior's mess. I love how Edgeworth didn't miss his opportunity to take a little jab at Franziska after all the shit she even pulled tonight with him being the subordinate. Bro said Uno reverse immediately.
I guess I should. The more the merrier, especially when it's the peanut gallery.
Oh, in that case, I want to join in too. I still haven't seen what it looks like in Alabast yet.
If you let Kay in, then you gotta let me in too, pal. I can't sit around and do nothing when Miss Von Karma's in trouble.
Hey, Gummy, let's have a competition to see who can save her first, okay? NSK was good. Kev's not here, but the other Kev is. That's why we got two Kevs, you know? We can't be without our Kev. Where would we be if we were Kevless, you know? Hope you're having a great Friday, bud.
Okay, I'll take you up on that. Oh yeah, I'm fired up and raring to go.
You too. Appreciate it. As a detective, I don't believe this is something you're supposed to be excited over.
Sounds like this is gonna get real interesting. Ambassador Alba, I'll be bringing these kids along for the ride. Very well. But I'd like you to keep in mind that this will be your last chance. I'll have this whole mess cleaned up before you know it. Now let's go.
March 15th, 12:53 a.m. God, it is late. Alabaston Embassy, Ambassador's office.
Okay now, let's first go over the facts one more time. Manny Cochin's body was found over in the Secretariat's office in Babel. The weapon that took his life was one of Alabast's ornamental knives. And then the body of Damask II, Mr. Cochineau.
Right? I forgot about that pun name. That's such a good pun name. Gosh, no.
Was found here in the Alabastion Ambassador's office. Through our investigation, we found that the murder weapon was the Prima Duck statue, and that this is actually Babel's statue. This case, no matter how you look at it, sis, if it wasn't you, then there's no one else who could have pulled this off.
In a way, he's kind of complimenting her while while accusing her. That looked like Damask. It sort of is. It's Damask 2. So it's a copycat / successor. Agent Lang, do you understand the full implications of what you are saying?
Of course I do, sis. And I'm serious. You were on the trail of the smuggling ring, and you wanted evidence you could find. And so, while people were distracted by the Yatagarasu's appearance, you snuck in here. That's when you two ran into each other. You and that other thief who took advantage of the confusion from the fire.
Even if all that were true, how do you explain the movement of the weapons?
Don't worry. I plan to show that you're the culprit behind that too. You had permission to investigate both embassies at will. With that kind of free reign, you could have easily taken the weapons across the country line. Hey now.
Wow. He shut the whip down. Uh-oh. She in trouble.
Look, sis. I thought I already told you. I'm not messing around here. This case isn't directly tied to the smuggling ring. But Shayna certainly is tied to the smuggling ring.
He is right in saying that she is a member of the smuggling ring. However, the connection between this case and the ring, could it not be deeper than what any of us can imagine? Let's get this ridiculous circus over with already. Francisca, you need to calm down. Because you only know the facts of the Alabastian side of the case. I don't believe you can see the case as a whole, and therefore solve it. What? But don't worry, I am taking this seriously as well, and I will prove your innocence.
That's the only way to be, Mr. Prosecutor. But can you come up with anything else that can top my hypothesis? Of course, your explanation has to solve the mystery of the moving weapons as well.
Of course, and I will. Let us now delve into the truth behind the murder of Damask II. You do understand, don't you, Miles Edgeworth? This isn't just a confrontation against Agent Lang. If you can't figure out how the murder of Damask II is related to the smuggling ring, then it will mean the end of our investigation. As long as I have no good counterargument to this hypothesis, then the best I can do is walk this thin tightrope and see what I can do.
Come on, Mr. Prosecutor, let's get started.
Yes, let's.
All right, let's see. I gotta find an opening. Some sort of flaw in his logic.
So, one of Alabast's knives was used in Babel to murder Mr. Cochin. And the murder weapon in the killing of Damask II is Babel's Primadux statue. Somehow these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes was you.
This is tough. The creepy ass shrub in the background.
So as long as I can't explain how the weapons moved about, Franziska will remain a suspect.
You got it, Mr. Prosecutor. So why don't you stop giving me a hard time? Under these circumstances, who the heck could carry a weapon across country lines? I've worked through every possibility, but there's only one that's plausible. Your boss.
Agent Lang, what I've learned from you just now is that you've lost sight of yourself.
What are you talking about?
By focusing too intently on that which is in front of us, we become blind to the truth. Don't tell me Lang Ji never said anything to that effect?
You prosecutor. Who do you think you are speaking about Lang Ji's proverbs like that?
I don't need his proverbs. Because my words are all you will need to see the truth.
Oh boy. Alright. We're gonna have to start by pressing, because I'm really not sure what our angle of attack is yet.
I concur that this knife crossed over country lines.
Good, but that's not the only thing that did. We mustn't forget about the other weapon. The knife was only one. And the murder weapon in the killing of Damask II is Babel's Primadux statue.
Hold it!
That is true.
So you're saying that the Primadux statue was also brought over by Franziska?
Like I told you before, that's the only way it makes sense.
And how exactly did she bring it over?
I haven't figured that out yet.
That's a rather weak statement, considering how sure you are.
Maybe, but there's one thing I do know for sure. Somehow these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security.
Hold it!
Impenetrable? I should hardly think so.
You've seen the top of the wall between the two countries, right? Who in the world could cross over that?
Yeah, not even I could climb over that thing with all that barbed wire.
The only way into either embassy is through the doors in the Theatrum Neutralis. So the only way for the knife and the Primadux statue to traverse the two countries is through those security camera-equipped, well-guarded doors.
So then there should be footage, right? Let's see.
Hold it!
Was Franziska really the only person to have traveled between the two countries?
According to the guards at both doors, she's the only one to go back and forth. The sis there was in Alabast when the Yatagarasu showed. And then, just before you guys found Mr. Cochin's body, she entered Babel. I think we can assume that's when she brought the knife into Babel.
Then how do you explain the Primadux statue?
I haven't quite figured that out yet. However, the fact that the two weapons crossed the border proves that the killer must have also traveled across the country lines.
The only things to cross the border are the Prima statue and the knife? I should hardly think that those are the only two items, Agent Lang.
One of Alabast's knives was used in Babel to murder Mr. Cochin.
Okay, we saw these. Okay. Okay, let me look at the evidence. Okay. Somehow... The only one. Okay, so there's got to be something that argues against that. Oh, wait. Didn't Manny crossed both. That's right. Now, I can't present profiles in this game, so... Let's see. I remember we had a... Oh, we don't have that testimony anymore. Okay. Let's see. Let me try this. Because I do remember someone telling me earlier in this case that Manny did cross both sides. Nope, this ain't the one. Damn, yeah, that's not the one. Okay. Let's see. Okay. I feel pretty strongly that this is what we need to hit. But what is the angle of attack? Let's see. So it's not this, obviously. What about Larry? No, I don't think so. Maybe this?
Objection!
Nope. Okay. Yeah, for real. Maybe it's the photo of the flying shadow? Let's try that.
Objection!
Shit. Okay. Okay, now let's see. Damn. This is probably the worst I've been stumped so far this case. Somehow these two objects were able to penetrate the security. The murder weapon and the killing of Damas 2 is Babel's Prima Duck statue. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. Was it Larry, maybe? Let's see. I mean, are we gonna get Larry wrapped up in this again? That'd be kind of funny. Huh. Oh wait, I'm on the wrong statement, first of all. Also, I guess... Let's see here. I'm gonna try this. Maybe it's Larry. I'm pretty stumped on this, actually.
That statement...
No. Shit. What is it? It's one of these ones where it's probably staring me right in the face. Alright, does any of my other evidence contradict any of this? Let me try this. Huh. One of Alabast's knives. Oh, wait. Is this correct? Yeah. Somehow they were able to penetrate the security. Wait. What if this is the
Objection!
Alright, now I need to save, because... Good God, I'm fucking stumped on this one. What the hell? What am I missing? This feels like it's got to be the one. Did I press this? Let me make sure I actually pressed this statement. Yes, okay.
Objection!
Okay, so yeah, it's definitely an item based on that hint. So what else crossed? This maybe?
Objection!
Ah!
Knuckle back!
Okay.
Objection!
Fuck. Good God, I have genuinely not been stumped this hard in this case yet. What the fuck could it be? Alright, something else made it across the board. If one statue got transferred, then the other had to be transferred, right?
Objection!
Finally! It was so fucking obvious. I knew it was gonna be stupid obvious. God damn.
Agent Lang, those two items are not the only two to cross the border tonight.
Oh?
A Damask 2 was killed with Babel's Primaduck statue, yes. But if that's the case, then tell me, where did the Alabast Primaduck statue go?
To Babel.
Precisely. And if the two statues really were switched, then this means that both statues were smuggled across the border at some point. Which means that a total of 3 items were smuggled across the embassies.
I guess so. But you know what? It doesn't matter the number of items. Only that the sis is the one who could have done it. Because the only person who went back and forth between Alabast and Babel is her.
Is that really true? Was there no one else who traveled between the two countries? Actually, there was definitely another person. One who paid a visit to both sides of the wall.
Objection!
Is that really so, Agent Lang?
What a lousy time to try and bluff your way out of this. I checked out what the guard said, along with the security camera's footage. You're not gonna overturn my hypothesis that easily.
Objection!
But suppose there was some other way other than through the theater doors.
What other way?
The other entity that managed to cross the border unharmed. If I point it out, it would open up a whole new possibility. And though I hesitate to bring this out, as long as this entity exists, the impossible road becomes a possibility.
It looks like you've got some clever idea in mind.
I do, and I can show it to you through a single piece of evidence.
Fine then. Let's see this piece of evidence that will show me this other route.
This piece of evidence will show us another way to move between the two countries. This has to be it this time, right?
Take that!
Okay, thank goodness. I'm feeling off my game now after getting stumped on that last one.
Agent Lang, I'm sure you're familiar with this unforgettable photo.
That supernatural photo? Like I said before, humans can't fly.
No, of course not. I understand that perfectly well.
And don't start claiming that Shina somehow grew wings either.
I wouldn't dream of claiming that.
And I won't allow you to take back what you've said either. I'll say it again. It's not humanly possible to fly through the air without wings. So you'd better have a good explanation for this, Mr. Prosecutor.
But how can I prove who it was that flew through the air in this photo? Wait, not humanly possible. Eureka! Very well, you will have your explanation.
It sounds like you have a good idea simmering inside that head of yours. Let's hear it. The face hidden within this photo's blurry trailed shadow is...
All right, I'm pretty sure it's one of the statues. The question is, which one? I'm gonna go with this one.
Take that!
This is the face behind the shadow.
Shit. I thought I said that you better have a good explanation. I can't make heads or tail of what you're trying to say with that. Shit.
All right, let me save, because we're like unironically close as fuck to game overing now. That first one really fucked me up. I was so stumped on that. God damn. Okay. Okay, it's got to be the other statue then. Like, I genuinely can't. Oh, fuck, okay. I genuinely can't see it being anything else. All right.
Take that!
Okay. I had the wrong statue.
Naturally, the shadow is the third smuggled object, the Prima Duck statue replica.
You can't be serious.
The Yatagarasu, or rather Callisto Yu, dressed as Agent Shina, was inside Babel. She dressed the replica statue up in clothes and launched it through the air.
Ha! Mr. Prosecutor! You left out a very crucial bit in your explanation.
I know I did.
She launched it through the air? Ha! And how exactly did she do that?
He is literally baring his fangs at me. But he has a point. How exactly did it move through the air like that? As long as this remains unsolved, we won't be able to move any closer to the truth. Which reminds me, didn't he say this earlier?
Hey sis, I remember that just before the Ambassador Alba went to give his speech, he called you into his office, right?
So just before the murder, Franziska was called here right into this very room. If that's the case, then that may be another avenue I can pursue. Agent Lang, in order for me to answer that question, I will need to hear testimony from Ms. Von Karma.
Smells good. Oh, what are you up to now, pretty boy?
Earlier, you mentioned something of interest to me. And you said that just before the murder occurred, Ms. Von Karma had been in this room because Ambassador Alba had called for her. And for that reason alone, you believe her to be the killer.
Yeah, I guess I did say something like that.
In that case, I believe it is my duty to ask her what her side of the story is.
Ha! Do you really think a criminal would tell us the honest truth?
How dare you? As I've said numerous times, there's absolutely no proof that I am the killer. Miles Edgeverse, don't tell me you suspect me too.
I don't. However, I can't ignore the fact that you were in this room at one point in time, which is why I would like to hear about it from you. Franziska, I feel that I still don't have enough information, which is why your testimony is incredibly important to the outcome of this case.
Yeah, come on, Fran, have some faith.
All right. So, what would you like me to talk about?
I'd like you to please testify to your movements up until you came into this room.
Alright, let's try this your way for a change. But if what she has to say turns out to be a waste of time, I'll place her under arrest faster than you can howl no!
As you wish.
Movements in Alabast.
As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty in the Alabastian embassy. After I saw the Steel Samurai off in his way towards the ambassador's office, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back by Ambassador Albert to his office.
Franziska, I want to make this clear from the very beginning. So what I wish to confirm is that the only time span in which you were in his office was before the murder occurred. Is that correct?
Yes, of course.
I see. For now, the only way that I can see for us to break out of this situation is to ask Franziska about her testimony in more detail.
Let me save, because I only got one hit. I gotta stay on top of the saving now, because God, I really like that fucked me all the way up, and it was so obvious too. I completely overthought that. All right, anyway.
Hold it!
Beautiful.
I thought your duty was to fact-find anything you could about the smuggling ring.
Yes, that was my job. But upon hearing that the Yatagarasu had sent a calling card to the embassy, Ambassador Albert called upon us to protect the embassy instead. That incident 7 years ago, or have you forgotten what happened here back then?
Anything related to that case we were involved in appears to be rather painful for her. It's not exactly one I can readily forget myself.
It looks like you remember the case after all.
Of course I do.
I inspected every location, every possible escape route, and every aspect of the police's security detail. I did all that, then after that... After I saw the Steel Samurai off on his way towards the ambassador's office.
So you were at the theater as well?
Yes, and I suppose you were there as well, watching that stage show?
Well, yes. So Franziska was there.
Well, after the show was over and I saw the Steel Samurai off, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation.
Hold it!
Why did you need to confirm the degree of preparation for even the speech?
For security's sake, of course. What other reason could I have had? No one knew just how the Yatagarasu planned to get in, right?
Yes, I suppose you're right.
Excuse me. Apologies.
And in the end, the Yatagarasu did choose to appear in the Rose Garden, even if it did turn out to be nothing more than a shadow. Who would have thought that she would use a shadow?
Calm down, Franziska. She must be still nursing a grudge over the fact that she couldn't figure it out herself.
Anyway, there was no one in the Rose Garden. And we were aware that the speech was set to start soon thereafter. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back by Ambassador Alba to his office.
At that time, Damask 2's body had yet to be found in this room, is that correct?
That's right. But Ambassador Alba was here. One could hardly miss his rather large presence.
A criminal will say anything to get out of getting arrested. How do we know you're not lying?
Well, if you need proof, I'd be happy to oblige you.
Seriously?
Like I keep telling you, when I arrived at his office, Ambassador Alba was already here. He was standing by the flower box on the windowsill watering his plants.
I can attest to that. I remember speaking with the lovely lady around that time here in my office. All right then, add that statement to your testimony. Let's hear some more details.
So Ambassador Alba was in this room at the time, was he?
When I arrived, Ambassador Alba was watering the flowers on the windowsill.
Hold it!
For the sake of being thorough, I'd like to ask you something. How did you know that Ambassador Alba was watering his plants at the windowsill?
What do you mean by that?
The entrance to this room is on this side, however, the window is on the opposite side. If what you say is true, then when you entered the room, his body would have been like a wall. He would have been blocking your view of what he was doing, is that not correct?
I suppose it was a bit hard to see around him. But fortunately for me, Ambassador Alba is not an immovable wall. I knocked before I entered, and as I did, he turned around to greet me, with a watering can in his hand. So it's only natural to believe that he was watering his plants, right?
I suppose.
After his greeting, we spent a little time talking about his flowers. He had obtained them himself, and is growing them with the utmost care, you know.
Yes, the plants in this room, they are all like my children.
The passion flowers in the flower box on the windowsill are growing beautifully too. All four of them are in full bloom.
Ms. Von Karma, what did you say just now?
I said that the flowers are growing beautifully. What about that statement did you not understand?
What do I not understand? I do not understand why a certain thing is the way it is. I'd like for you to append that statement to your testimony.
Very well. There were 4 large passion flowers in full bloom in the flower box.
Hold it!
I'd like to confirm this with you one more time.
Hey, Kev, what's good? You missed me getting the ever-loving shit stumped out of me on, like, the easiest fucking thing. But that's pretty much it. I was like, what was the third item that was smuggled across? Bro, I tried literally everything except the other statue until the very last second. I have 1 hit left. It was so obvious. Oh my god. I've been doing pretty good on this case. I haven't really been stumped hard by anything, but for whatever reason, I'm just off my game today or something, because that stumped the shit out of me.
Oh, man.
There were 4 passion flowers in bloom in that box, correct?
Yes, I should hardly think that I have miscounted such eye-catching flowers.
There must be a deeper meaning to this statement. And it appears that I must take a gamble on its meaning for me to make any progress. The Prima Duck statues were already switched by the time the murder happened. In light of that fact, what Franziska saw in this room before the crime is of incredible importance.
Okay, so let's get to this, and let's check. That's not 4. That's at least 1 less than 4. Are you feeling it to do 2 sections today or not? Yeah, I'm gonna try to. I gotta dip around 4 o'clock, because that's when me and some homies do D&D every week. And so unless that gets canceled, which is possible, we are having a rough streak of having to cancel D&D. But unless that gets canceled, I'm going to have to dip then so that they're not waiting on me. But I'm going to try to get through 2 sections before that.
Objection!
So fingers crossed, fingers crossed.
Franziska, for some odd reason, your testimony contradicts with this piece of evidence.
It does appear that way.
Ha! I knew it. I knew we couldn't trust your words, sis.
Mr. Edgeworth? What are you doing discrediting Miss Von Karma like this?
Yeah, sir. If you keep this up, she gonna get taken away, sir. Eek.
All I've done is state what I saw. I've not made a single mistake in my testimony. And for this, I am still under suspicion of murder. Is the number of flowers really all that important at this juncture, Miles?
At the very least, it is a contradiction in this enigmatic case. One that I find hard to dismiss as irrelevant.
Ha! Then let's hear it, Mr. Prosecutor. What does the number of flowers have to do with anything? What does it prove?
I believe the answer to that will become clear if we were to examine that flower box. How did this contradiction come about? There must be something behind this discrepancy.
They're my beloved flowers. I've grown them with the utmost care. So I ask that you please be gentle with them as you examine them, Mr. Edgeworth.
I understand. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. This patch of soil looks as though it has had something removed.
Oh shit, that's what those sticks we found are. What are you doing, Mr. Prosecutor? Why'd you clam up all of a sudden? I'm still here waiting for an explanation, you know.
Did you know, Agent Ling, flowers are best appreciated in silence? It looks like 2 things were pulled out of this flower box.
Indeed. Ba-do-ba-do-do.
The name of these flowers, I believe they're called passion flowers. Despite being called flowers, they are actually a species of vine. They appear to be growing well and are well supported by these plant supports.
Yeah, but no matter how I look at it, it looks like there are only 2 here to me. You realize, don't you, sis? Your little lie has failed you.
Miles Edgeworth! Hurry up and shut this man up for me already.
Thank you. Finally, a little bit of faith in us.
I suppose I will need to use some evidence to shut him up, won't I? I believe I have just the piece of evidence you require.
Oh, you do you? You have such confidence in the face of your current plight. But I highly doubt it'll last until the end.
You howl like a wolf, Agent Lang. But we'll see if you have any bite to back up that bark after you see the evidence. The truth the passion flowers reveal can be seen in this piece of evidence. Sheena, who was supposedly in Babel the entire time, had these hair sticks on her that look exactly like the plant supports in this flower box. In other words, I believe it can be said that these hair sticks are in actuality support sticks for the passion flowers.
And so what? Is this really all that important to the case?
Of course it is. It means that we found yet another item that was smuggled between the countries tonight.
Ah, yeah!
Think about it logically, Agent Lang. These sticks were originally in Alabast, but somehow they wound up in Sheena's hands, who was in Babel the whole night. So make no mistake, these sticks were smuggled somehow, just like the knife and statue.
Very well then. I want to hear it from you exactly how they wound up in Babel.
How did these support sticks find their way to Babel, and why? There must be some reason as to why they ended up there. Aha, so that's why. Agent Lang, if you would please take a look at this and tell me its shape.
It's just another stick, isn't it?
And so it is, but the shape of the support sticks is what's important. For when they are used with something in this room, that's when it all comes into focus. And the object that completes the picture when used with the support sticks is...
It's gotta be this, right? Please be this. Let me save. Oh fuck, I can't save.
Eureka!
This is what was used with the support sticks.
Shit. Come again?
Isn't it obvious? Someone used those with this.
Those with this? Could you be any more vague? Why don't you try again?
Yes, I suppose I should. It would appear that this was insufficient in conveying what I had wanted to say.
Shit.
Agent Lang, please wait.
Sorry, but I'm tired of waiting. Because I'm not one for waiting around for others to solve my case.
Miles Edgeverse, I demand that you do something about this at once.
But I'm at a loss of what to do myself.
Well, I know I have plenty to ask the sis here about. Let's go.
Miles.
Is this really where it all ends?
Oof.
Thus the truth was lost for all eternity.
Damn. Retry. Oh, that's so convenient. Thank goodness. It's kind of like the second chance feature in Nancy Drew. Okay, thank goodness. Okay, so the only other thing I could think of is the knives. Or do I present? Oh, no. I think they all present. So let's try. Fuck.
Eureka!
Damn it! Okay. Okay, so it's not the statue. It's not the knives. What could it have been? The fan in the other room was broke. Is it the fan? No. Yeah, that was silly. Okay, hold on. Now I need to... Hold on. Let me think. Shit. Okay. It's not this, it's not this, and it's not this. So is it this, this, this? I don't think it's this. Is it? No. Huh. And I don't really know what shape we're trying to make either. But the answer should become obvious to me if I just think calmly about it once more. But the only thing that can really connect the two offices together has to be this. Okay, so it's something that can, oh, okay, the clock? Shit. Okay, maybe it's the creepy statue tree thing?
Eureka!
What the fuck? Okay, now I'm getting stumped. What the hell? Okay, so what connected the two offices is what I'm trying to figure out. With the two support sticks. Wait, did they use them like bolts? Yeah! Okay, I get it. I see the vision. That's a crossbow. Wait, you're not really suggesting.
I am. These hair sticks, or rather plant support sticks, they make for perfect arrows.
Yeah!
I've done it. I found the common thread that connects the two offices. But this thread is yet to be completely untangled.
Yeah, I was thinking because they said connecting the offices, I was thinking like what they tied the thread to that we found in that clock, which is why I was like I was clicking on the shit I did, but that makes sense with the hair sticks that you could shoot them and use it.
Even using the arrows, how does this explain how the statues were transported? Furthermore, who could it have been that fired these sticks as arrows? There must be a common thread that ties all of these things together.
Mr. Prosecutor, hold up a second. You do realize what happens when you tie a statue to an arrow, right? They don't fly at all.
All right.
So Babel's statue was draped in the Yatagarasu's clothes and then shot over here? Even if you fired the arrows from this side, they wouldn't go far with a statue tied to them. I don't think I need to tell you that the Primadux statues didn't sprout wings. You're a realist after all, aren't you?
The Primadux statues did not sprout wings? Of course they didn't.
Glad you understand. I feel much better already. I was afraid for a second that you were unaware of that crucial fact.
It's only crucial because you're under the belief that wings are necessary for this equation.
What?
You need to free your mind a bit more and let it fly like a bird on the wind.
What are you talking about, Edgeworth?
The Primadux statues flew, but not on a wing. Allow me a bit of your time and I'll explain this mysterious phenomenon to you.
Okay. So Babel's statue was draped in the Yatagarasu's clothes and then shot over here? Even if you fired the arrows from inside, they wouldn't go far with the statue tied to them. I don't think I need to tell you that the Primadux... Oh, whoops. Okay, here we go.
Hold it!
I was just straight up rereading those lines.
But that incredible scene just happened to have been caught on film, resulting in this photo.
Huh! And what an incredible scene it was. This photo was taken by a freelance photojournalist, right?
Yes, so I hear.
And not every photojournalist is known to be honest, right? Especially not the ones that sell photos of spirits and giant creatures to tabloids.
Yes, I know what you mean. I've seen those sort of photos many a time in courts.
Actually, from this exact photographer.
But there have been times when those photos have turned out to be telling the truth. If you had ever stood in a court of law, you would know that it's entirely plausible.
You really believe the stuff you're spewing right now? A courtroom certainly is a strange place if what you say is true. But there really is something odd about that photo, no matter how you look at it.
Hold it!
But we are in agreement that an arrow by itself would reach the other side, correct?
But just the arrow by itself is pretty meaningless, don't you think, Mr. Prosecutor? Because the things they wanted to smuggle were a lot bigger than nothing.
No, that's not necessarily true.
What?
What I need right now is not further discussion of my conclusions. It's the launching of my conclusions. What the shooter wanted to launch with the crossbow was not the statues themselves, but rather something a crossbow can launch that can be used to move the statues.
I know the answer to this one, and we gotta cover some ground, so let's just rock and fucking roll. I normally press on everything, but I'm gonna try to keep it hustling.
Finally, we have reached this point in our discussion. For I present to you that which was carried by the arrow from the crossbow.
I get it now, Mr. Prosecutor. I can see exactly what you're trying to say. You're saying that the wire was tied to an arrow and then shot into Mr. Cochin's office. All the way from the 5th floor of the Alabastian Embassy down to the 3rd floor of the Babyliss Embassy. If what you're claiming is really what happened, I can see how Alabast's Prima Duck statue could be moved. Gravity could be used to move the statue down the wire from the 5th to the 3rd floor. But then what about Babel's Prima Duck statue? The dark shadow in this photo is clearly flying away from Babel. Going in the opposite way of gravity from the 3rd floor of the Babyliss Embassy up to the 5th floor of the Alabastan Embassy. How do you explain that?
Aha! I think I finally see how the gears behind this whole trick works. Agent Lang, the motion used behind this trick. I wonder if perhaps you have yet to envision how it works in your head.
Motion? What motion?
This is the motion that was employed to smuggle Babel's Prima Duck's statue.
It was rotary motion, the broken fan finally coming into play.
I believe it was done via rotary motion. If the two statues were transported simultaneously...
Simultaneously? Get real. The statues would collide somewhere along the way.
And did I ever say that there was only one line of wire between the two offices?
Yeah, exactly.
If you shot an arrow with two ends of a wire tied to it, a circular belt can be formed.
Lang Ji says, don't object and call a success what is beyond reasonability. Taking into account the tension difference between the two wires, the top one would sag too much to the point where the statues would collide anyway.
Agent Lang, as you know, the Prima Duck statue is a one-of-a-kind national treasure, and the fact that Babel's statue is a hollow replica of the real statue, it would naturally be lighter than the real one, meaning that my idea is very possible.
Lang Ji says, oh no.
Here is what I believe happened. Ms. Yu and her mystery co-conspirator set themselves up into the two different rooms. The co-conspirator bridged the rooms by shooting the two ends of the wire down on one arrow. Then the two of them covered the statues and proceeded to transport the statue. After the switch was completed, another arrow was fired. Carrying the other end of the wire down to Babel where it was to be disposed of. And to do that, Ms. Yu hid it inside the grandfather clock, QED.
This proves it, right, Agent Ling? That I'm not the killer.
Not yet, sis. I still haven't had my dessert yet. Right, Mr. Prosecutor?
The proof is in the pudding, as it were.
Pudding is a nice dessert. So, do you think you can do it? Can you prove that what you said is what happened? Because remember, if you can't, I'll be taking a certain someone back home with me as a souvenir. That's a really creepy way to phrase that.
I agree that as long as there is no proof, my hypothesis remains just that. However, what I have laid out is no mere hypothesis, for there is one more piece of evidence.
One more? This should be interesting. You think you have a piece of evidence that will turn your hypothesis into fact? Well then, let's see it, Mr. Prosecutor.
The thing that made it possible to create a circular belt out of a length of wire. I believe that it is right here in this very room. And now then, I believe this is what made the circular belt transportation method possible.
Please be the fan.
Take that!
Ha! Looks like you dropped another bomb on us again.
The last piece to the trick are two pulleys.
Precisely. The ceiling fans double as pulleys in this case. And thanks to the fact that there is one installed in each of the offices, the ceiling fans made for the perfect pulley set for the wire to run out. This must be it. This is how the smugglers bypass the impenetrable security.
You really are something else, Mr. Prosecutor. I bet you figured it out already, haven't you? You know who the big hotshot that set up this real-life stage show is, don't you?
The person who set this rather large and complex stage show needs to be someone who had foreknowledge of the existence of a ceiling fan in both the Alabaston and Babyliss office, and that passion flowers support stakes could be used as arrows. The real mastermind behind this case.
Well, don't you dare make this wolf wait for his food.
Why are you so hesitant, Miles Edgeworth? If you can't say who it is, why don't you present something like you always do?
A single point of the finger here, and this case will explode into an international incident. However, it's already too late for me to stop the forward momentum.
Excuse me.
It appears that I have no choice now but to rush in. There is a piece of evidence that will point us to who the mysterious mastermind is.
Maybe this?
Huh. And this is it.
Where's my real dessert? How long do you intend to keep it from me? That piece of evidence isn't satisfying at all. All right, let's take a sec. Let's see here.
All right, the person who concocted the trick to smuggle the statues. I should already have the piece of evidence that shows who that is. I just have to present it, no matter what the cost. Okay. So let's take a sec to think about this.
It's Larry. No.
Is it these?
Is it Maybe. Let's come back to that. Two large flowers. Alba takes great care in growing them. I guess it could be these as well. We know it's not that. We haven't figured out what the pick is about. Let's see. Maybe this? I'm gonna try this.
Take that! Knuckle back!
Fuck! Okay. Okay. Let's think here. Let me save. Oh shit, I can't now. Next time around. Alright, now let's try these.
Take that!
Okay.
This smuggling could not have been possible without the use of the crossbow. Furthermore, the arrows that were shot by the crossbow were plucked, as it were, from the flower box in this very room. They were planted so long ago that the passion flowers had time to grow so big that Ms. Von Karma didn't even notice the arrows when she visited the room today. On top of all of this, the fact that the culprit knew that both offices had ceiling fans tells us that the person has very detailed information on the embassy's layout. So as you may have already guessed, the person I am accusing of hatching this plan is the person who grew the flowers in the flower box with the utmost care. Thus, it can only be you, Quercus Alba.
Are you out of your mind, Miles Edgeworth?
I am certain of what I am saying, and I am sure that he is the culprit.
Tell me, Mr. Prosecutor, what was the ambassador trying to accomplish by doing all that stuff you just outlined? Why in the world would he need to use a trick like that?
I understand your need to doubt me. However, there's one thing that stands out to me as very odd.
Just one thing, huh?
The one single end result Ambassador Alba sought to obtain. If I were to examine the focus of this complex trick, I believe we will finally find the answer to everything. Everything will become clear once we examine this piece of evidence.
Fuck. Also, is this about to end? I thought we had at least like 2 more sections after this, but this feels like it's about to end. Well, we haven't figured out who killed Damask. We still have questions. We'll see. Okay. Everything will become clear once we examine this piece of evidence. Okay. This, maybe?
Take that! Knuckle back!
Yeah, no. Okay. Okay. Lang Ji says items that become evidence should never have any part overlooked. All evidence related to this case are fine and don't need to be examined again. Yeah. Okay. Agent Lang is correct. Most of the evidence has already undergone intense scrutiny. However, there's one piece that has only been partially checked, and that piece, which lies at the heart of the smuggling, is what I should present. Okay. Oh, whoops. Okay. So, one piece has only been partially checked. And it has to do with the smuggling. Flower box, maybe?
Take that!
Ah, okay. It has to have something to do with the smuggling. At the heart of the smuggling? Is it the statue then?
Take that!
There we go. Okay, okay, okay.
I would fully understand that the reasoning had the situation been the reverse. However, to go through the trouble of swapping the real Prima Duck statue for the fake, I sense a very shady reason for such a bizarre action. And who better to ask for that reason than King Prima Duck himself?
I see. Ambassador, we'll be examining that statue now, with or without your permission. And,
These are Mr. Cochin's fingerprints. The fact that they're on here suggests that this statue once belonged to Babel.
So it was smuggled from Babel to Alabast, huh?
Why was there a need for them to smuggle it in? A shield, huh? There doesn't seem to be anything unusual about it.
I bet it's supposed to mean that the guy's protecting something.
I don't think it's supposed to have that deep of a meaning behind it.
In that case, what are we wasting time with this for? Let's look at some other area.
the cake, no.
With his sword drawn like that, there's an aura of valor and bravery around King Prima Duck.
He looks so cool standing like that with the sword stuck in the ground in front of him. Maybe I should try and come up with a cool pose with a shuriken or something.
I am seriously beginning to think that her real goal in life is to become a ninja.
And I fully support it.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, there isn't anything particularly odd about the sword, right?
No, not really. I suppose we should examine a different area of the statue now.
This guy kind of looks like the Steel Samurai, don't you think? Maybe it's because they look alike that he was picked to be the Goodwill Ambassador.
I suppose that's possible. Take a look at this area around the base of his neck. It looks like a gap.
Hey, you're right. Maybe it's meant to be some kind of secret?
Perhaps it's possible to open the statue from this gap in its construction.
What?
Hurry up and open it, Miles.
All right, here goes.
Oh shit, those are the plates for the counterfeit. Wow, it really did open up. Hey, what's this thing that fell out?
I believe a more thorough examination of this is required.
What in the... is this?
Hey, is this what I think it is?
It's a plate for making counterfeit bills.
Somehow, it appears that we've at long last arrived at the exit to this complex labyrinth. We finally hold within our hands one of the counterfeit money plates, and the reason why the replica was smuggled into Alabast to begin with.
Very interesting.
The Prima Duck statue can only be handled by the ambassador or the secretariat, and the replica is nothing more than a hollow shell covered in gold. These two circumstances make the statue the ideal object in which to hide the contraband.
I got a Discord notification. I was like, uh-oh, is D&D canceled? But nah.
After receiving the statue containing the counterfeit plate from Shina, the ambassador had the misfortune of accidentally running into Damask 2. Surprised by the thief, the ambassador raised the replica statue at Damask 2 and
killed him. Wow. Wait, is this the end for real?
Then, in order to frame the Steel Samurai of the murder, he covered the samurai sword in blood. Well, Ambassador Alba,
You're the leader of the smuggling ring? My country is a mess. And it's all because of you?
Is the one who killed Damask too?
Answer us. I never thought that you would figure things out to this level. Do you know Alba's full name? Do you know his pun name? I don't think I do yet. Wait, queer sis Alba. My queer sis Alba?
Aw, is he gay?
What's good, Alba? Profiles. Check his profile and type it in Google. I don't need to say anything. All right. Quercis Alba. 72. Damn, he old as shit. Oh, Quersus with a U. Alba. A white oak. Oh. A large, long-lived, deciduous tree native to eastern North America, known for its strong, light-colored wood and distinctive leaves with rounded lobes. It's a vital timber tree used for furniture, flooring, and barrels, and its acorns are a crucial food source for wildlife, supporting animals like deer, squirrels, and birds. Huh. So he oak. It's Professor Oak! Funny enough, there's a plant that looks like him in the room Damask 2 was killed. Is named after... You're right! The creepy-ass tree that looks like him, yeah! That also explains why his nose looks like a tree branch. Like a cut-off stump, you know? Damn, interesting. That's a good one. However, there is one point I disagree with you on. The head of the smuggling ring was Mr. Cochin. Interesting. Quit screwing around. I have no sympathy for someone who would try to pass the guilt onto a dead man. If there's one thing I'm sure of, it's that you're the real ringleader, Quercis Alba. It's not good to speak with such subjectivity, you know, Agent Lang. Subjectivity? My conclusion is anything but. It is the result of logic and investigation. Logic and investigation? Only seconds ago, you were ready to arrest Ms. Von Karma. This is why you shouldn't jump the gun so much, Lang. I don't think we can give such flip-floppy logic any real weight, do you? He's low-key cooking Lang. Yeah, he definitely is. It makes it funnier because, like, we do have Quercis dead to rights right now, and he's still cooking Lang. It looks like you still don't get why I came back. Excuse me? You see, the reason I came back is so that I could sink my fangs into your wrinkly old neck. From the very beginning, my real target has been you. What?
Agent Lang, I demand an explanation.
Sorry, sis. I didn't mean to put you through all that. I kind of had a feeling. I had a feeling he was putting Franziska under the spotlight to set someone else up, because it didn't really make sense. And Lang, although he has his moments where he's a little thick, he has never shown himself to be like malicious, you know. So that checks out. I knew you were innocent from the very beginning.
As you did.
I knew that this whole incident had been meticulously planned and prepared for. He's a real one. Right, exactly. That's why I was like, in the back of my mind the whole time when he was accusing Franziska, I'm like, this is weird for him to do. Like, he's got to have some ulterior motive for it, because this is a little out of character for him. Because, yeah, he's shown himself to consistently be, like, a good guy who values justice above all else. So this makes a lot more sense. So naturally, the occupant of this room, Ambassador Alba, seemed the most suspicious. But without the ambassador's permission, we couldn't get in to take another look around.
Ah, so that's why you put on this big show to accuse Franziska of murder.
Smart dude.
Using Franziska as the bait, you were able to gain us entry and investigative rights.
Yeah, if I hadn't done that, I doubt the ambassador would have given the okay to poke around. Bro, big brain in this shit.
So that's what this was all about. Very well, I will forgive you.
Oh, that's good.
But exchange for using me as bait, is you will take some responsibility and help us find the truth.
Agent Lang, for giving me such a great opening, I thank you.
You know, I just knew, Mr. Prosecutor, that somehow, if we were able to find some proof by investigating this room, that you would be able to figure out the real culprit with your special brand of logic. Hey, they're becoming homies. Let's go.
The evidence detectives collect, combined with the logic of a prosecutor. That's just as it should be in a prosecutor-detective team, right?
I don't know about all that. But one thing I do know is that I'm itching to see that old man get what's coming to him. You're quite scary when you want to be, aren't you? If this was a JRPG, this moment would have been Agent Lang has joined your party moment. Yes, 100%. Absolutely. I can see the animation now. Whoosh, whoosh. Ah! Lang has joined the party. Oh, whoops. I didn't read that line, I don't think. Hey, you were the one who was planning to use me to push all the guilt onto the sis. But unfortunately for you, you misjudged me. Agent Lang, I wish for you to stop trying to intimidate me. What we need right now is evidence and proof. I wonder if you have what is necessary to prove that I am the head of the smuggling ring.
Don't be such a sore loser. If you really are the head of the smuggling ring, then you should acknowledge your crimes with dignity.
Dignity? That is nothing more than a fool's insincere display of strength. If you really wish for me to acknowledge my crimes, then I would like to first see some of this thing you call evidence. I tell you, I knew nothing, really. I didn't even know that a counterfeit plate was hidden inside that statue.
And you swapped a real statue that vested in your country the authority to rule for a fake. It doesn't make any sense that you didn't know anything.
It doesn't make sense? Where doesn't it make sense? Can you prove that it doesn't make sense?
He's really got us. He's turned the entire situation around against us.
The proof that Interpol has been after, which points to this man as the ringleader.
All he did was use common sense, by the way. Yeah, that's true. The power of logic.
If we can somehow find that proof now, then we can see to it that justice is finally served. Is there nothing I can use to break this case wide open?
Yeah, we got this. We got this.
The trump card and the videotape. With those two items, we might be able to finally bring this man down. But the card is evidence from a case that Mr. Faraday hid away in secret. And the tape was stolen by the detective, Bad, from the police. They're both illegal evidence. No matter what, a protector of the law can't be allowed to use such pieces of evidence.
Needless to say, we Von Karmas are commanded to achieve nothing but victory, and by any means necessary.
The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts. That's what we thought at the time.
Oh shit. I no longer follow the path of Manfred von Karma. And I won't follow the path of the Yatagarasu. This leaves me with what? What creed will I believe in? If I want to pursue the truth, then I will sully my hands in illegality. And if I want to pursue justice, then I will lose the truth. What is the law? And what is justice? And which path is a prosecutor supposed to follow? That choice is one I must make by my own hand, here and now.
We gotta do the right thing. We gotta bring this man in.
There is no limit to the law. Any limit that exists was set there by man. When a person goes beyond that limit, then the law, too, crosses into new territory. For what reason were laws invented? The answer to that is what I must now show. Ambassador Alba, I wonder if you might recognize this.
Oh, I wonder what that card is. I've never seen that before in my life.
It's a directives card used by the leader of the ring to relay instructions to his subordinates.
Oh, is that what it is?
This card was sent to the real culprit behind the KG-8 incident years ago. A man by the name of Mr. Manny Cochin.
Oh, so why do you have such a card in your possession?
Because it was hand-delivered to me.
I should mention Ace Attorney 2 Investigations 2 was called Ace Attorney Investigations Prosecutor's Path. Interesting. I mean, that makes sense because this whole game has kind of been Edgeworth kind of deconstructing his ideology around prosecution and what it means to be a prosecutor. So it makes sense that the next one would be him forging his own path with these new ideologies that he's created or discovered within himself. So that's cool. That makes sense. Excellent title.
Because it was hand-delivered to me by a certain great thief, the Yatagarasu.
The Yatagarasu gave that to you? Don't talk nonsense. And let's be serious, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you have any proof that that card contains directions from the ringleader?
I'll have you know, the card is not the only thing I was given.
Interestingly, in Japanese, it's called Ace Attorney Investigations 2, Prosecutor's Gambit. Interesting. That definitely changes the connotation a lot, because it still works, because I assume that, based on this scene right here, where he's talking about, bending the law a little bit to pursue justice and truth. It makes sense. He's taking a risk, so it is a bit of a gambit. But I feel like Prosecutor's Path works a little more, in my opinion. He's forging a new path for himself, different from his mentors, different from his peers. He's finding his own way forward, and I think that's I think Prosecutor's Path conveys that a little better, in my opinion. I haven't played the game yet, also, so I could be totally off. Agreed. Cool. I'm glad that I got the right vibe.
I'll have you know that the card is not the only thing I was given.
What?
This contains security footage that was shot just before the start of the KG-8 incident.
The KG-8 incident?
The card and the video. These two pieces of evidence are what will seal your fate.
Very interesting. I must admit I am very curious now. Very curious indeed, these case-deciding pieces of evidence you've presented.
The prey the Yatagarasu has been chasing all this time now stands before me. I can't allow this man who has free reign for 10 long years to simply walk away. And now is the time for me to bring to fruition the valiant spirit that was given to me.
March 15th, 1:34 a.m., Theatrum Neutralis lobby.
So, what is this interesting thing that you wanted to show me?
The trump card and the videotape. These two pieces of evidence together make for the ultimate hand. And this is where the real meaning behind Detective Bad's words will be realized. Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, sir.
What you see here is security footage shot just before the KG-8 murder occurred.
Also, if you didn't realize this yet, he's called Detective Bad because he was bad. Yeah, yeah, a bit of a bad guy. Well, not a bad guy, bit of a bad boy, you know? Like, he was certainly not malicious, but he definitely did some dubious shit in pursuit of justice. A bit of the ends justify the means kind of guy. For sure. Very, very morally complex character.
From this footage, we know that the card is a directives card from the smuggling ring. This is the section that proves the card was used to relay an order.
This is the section that proves the card was used to relay an order. Is it the knife? Or is it this? Is it this obvious? Or is it the knife? I feel like the knife, right? Yeah.
And take a look at this area.
What about that area? My eyes aren't what they used to be, so I can't see what you're pointing at too well. But from what I can see, it doesn't look like it's related to our conversation.
It was the card. That makes sense. Excuse me. Okay. Is it as simple as the card?
Take that!
Okay. I overthought it. As I want to do often.
As you can see, Mr. Cochin is holding the card in his right hand.
I see. The killer is indeed holding a card with the exact same design on it. But that card and the one you have, just because they look the same, doesn't mean that they are, does it now?
Ah, but there is a very easy way for me to prove that they are in fact one and the same. All we have to do is simply take a look at this.
Fuck. Okay.
A section of the text has been obscured by blood, but it's clear the writing is in Cadopian. According to Detective Bad, Silence CCU is what is written here, along with the method to be used and where she lived. The evil intent displayed in this writing will not go unpunished. This dark red blood, yes, this is your proof. Proof that the orders on this card were played out in that terrible tragedy. The blood belonged to the victim of the KG-8 incident. With a bit of DNA testing, we can very easily verify that as fact. If you have no objections, then I'd like for you to take a look at this next piece of footage. This car that passed by in front of the victim's apartment building. It's an official Cadopian government car.
What?
Detective Gumshoe, if you could please magnify the footage. This area of the footage directly links the smuggling ring with Cadopia.
It's got to be that, right?
Take that!
This section will make it all clear to us.
You must be very tired, Mr. Edgeworth.
Damn.
If you continue
yeah, shit. Okay. Well, we're about to get tapped out. Damn.
Agent Lang, a good job to you as well. Although I don't think we'll ever be meeting again. What? Now then, please respect the request of the ambassador of the Kingdom of Alabas and vacate the premises.
Damn. Okay. So what was it? Is it Manny?
Is this it? Thus the truth was lost for all eternity.
Boo. All right, retry. Focus. The area should be pointing out is definitely... Oh, whoops. I didn't... Oh, okay, good. I thought I clicked something. Maybe this? Or Manny? I really would have assumed the flags were it, but I guess not. Let's try here.
Take that!
The shape of this pocket and the directives card in it. It tells us that without a doubt, this person in this car is Mr. Kochi.
I see. Okay.
The license plate on the car was also captured by the security camera. And with it, we can easily find out who was sitting in this car on that day 10 years ago. Which is why I can say with confidence that you were riding in this car on that day.
Let's go! Ha!
Oh shit.
You've done well, boy, to make it this far.
Bro was just pretending to be frail.
However, about your claim that I was riding in the car at the time, that's going to be mighty difficult to prove.
How so?
The Principality of Cadopia no longer exists, so naturally all records from that time period also no longer exist.
That arrogance. What he really means is he's already erased all traces of them.
Are we finished here, boy?
I see the answer.
The only weapon I have left to me now is this piece of footage. There must be something here that I can use against him.
Bada bing!
What the? Ambassador Alba.
Yes, what is it?
You were once an army man in the service of Cadopia, and it was you who made the many missions you participated in successes, correct?
Why the sudden backhanded praises, boy? Although, to be sure, the brilliant medals on my breast were awarded to me during the era of Cadopia. But now I am the only one who owns this particular medal.
What a dumbass. Fell right into my trap.
In that case, the only person it could be who is sitting in this car is you,
How do you figure that?
by the medal captured here in this footage. It is clearly the same exact medal as the one on your chest.
What?
The way he cracked.
This is how it will be, but I won't look back. For this is the path that I have chosen.
You moved me with your devotion to this case, Mr. Edgeworth.
Why is he taking such an arrogant stance with me?
Nuh-uh, he got extraterritorial rights. Ah, shit, true.
It's almost...
It's almost looking possible, isn't it? For the lot of you to have come this far. It looks like I just might lose our little game this time. You might lose the game this time? You don't get another round, Mr. Ambassador. Is that a fact? Very well, I've decided to confess and admit my guilt.
You going to confess?
And I will accept whatever punishment that may come as a result. What the? Regarding the Damask II murder, I admit it. I did it out of self-defense.
You're claiming it was a justified self-defense?
Damask II attacked me, and I felt that my life was in danger. If I hadn't done what I did, I might be the one you found dead instead of him.
What a pathetic performance.
I'm not giving you one.
Wow, you two really know how to laugh at inappropriate times.
If you wish to claim it was justified self-defense, then we will need some evidence.
It's always the evidence with you, isn't it? But if that's what you require, I'll provide it. That man left a mark on me when he attacked.
What?
I don't particularly want to show it off, but this is proof that it was in self-defense. I'm an old man, and sometimes I don't pay enough attention when I should. But Damask 2 didn't have a single weapon. Oh,
But Damask 2 didn't have a single weapon on his body.
Here comes the ad break, folks. I'll see you in a few minutes.
hold on, it's nothing to get worked up over, because I hid the weapon.
As you hid it.
I'm sorry, but as you know, a murder is a murder, even if it's in self-defense. And I couldn't let it become public, seeing as how I am an ambassador. This is the weapon you seek, my special bonsai trimming shears.
It's covered in blood.
He was trembling quite badly during our struggle. But that's when he grabbed the shears that were sitting in my office and attacked. So you see, it was an act of self-defense.
Is he right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Since he has both a wound and the weapon that caused it, it's enough to declare it so.
No way.
Oh, which reminds me, I guess there is still one more accusation I need to resolve. Smuggling and counterfeiting. Unfortunately, all of that is my secretary's doing. I had no knowledge it was going on.
Stop spewing nonsense. You're trying to throw my investigation under the bus in your desperation. If you want to get real honest, everything in this case it can be connected to you.
Is the murder of Damask 2 was done in self-defense? In my trials, no man escapes his crime alive.
Perhaps so, if you were my opponent in court. However, there is one very important fact that I think you may have forgotten.
And what is that?
That's what you mean. Extraterritoriality. That's right. This embassy sits on what is effectively Alabastian soil. So any trial that is to be held will be held in Alabast. Therefore, the crime I just admitted to will never be tried in your courts.
Extraterritorial rights, yup. Bullshit.
Agent Lang, what is Interpol's stance on this?
Agents investigate. That's our job. The judgment of people who have confessed to their crime, that's the court's job. And I've already confessed to all of my crimes, Agent Lang. Furthermore, by the very nature of my position, I have full extraterritorial rights. These rights are effective even in your country's soil. Therefore, no matter where a crime may take place, I will never stand trial in one of your courts. That arrogance in your expression, that's nothing like the face of someone who's ready to accept the consequences. Don't tell me you have your own country's judicial system eating right out of your hands.
You know, gonna hear those two words a lot from now on. Oh, for sure, for sure.
These crimes you all speak so seriously of. To me, this has all been nothing more than a game. You may chase me out of this embassy with your accusations, but it's no big deal. Alabast has numerous other embassies in other countries around the world. All you would accomplish is you would change the backdrop of our little game.
these 2 layers of protection that extraterritoriality provides him. This is why he's one of those who cannot be brought to court.
You see now, don't you? I live in a whole different world than you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go and fetch your eviction papers.
Is there nothing we can do?
Damn. What a bastard. Ba-ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Sick. We are totally on track to get the second section done. March 15th to 11 a.m. Theatrum Neutralis lobby.
I can't believe it, sir. Extraterritoriality?
Yes, and there's nothing we can really do about that. In the end, we didn't have enough authority to bring him to justice.
I can't believe that even though we know he's the boss, we can't lay a finger on him.
I know.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Sorry to skip out on you, but I've got some business to take care of.
If we can't even give an evil guy like him a slap on the wrist.
Look it up, and you got 2 more sections for this case. Assuming you can do another one, you'll only have 1 for tomorrow. Perfect. Okay.
Then what the heck were laws created for? What good are they? If the law can't help us, then I'll go as the Yatagarasu and take care of this myself.
Don't you dare.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Sorry, that was a bit too harsh.
Excuse me. I know how you feel, sir. We're trying to take on an ambassador after all. And he did tell us earlier to get out of the theater. This is kind of their country, I guess. But I feel like I've been slapped across the face for just doing my job.
What am I gonna do? Should I retreat for now and formulate a better plan of attack?
Come on, everyone. We can't give up yet.
Hey,
I want you to think about something for a sec. We've never let up for even a second, and as long as we don't stop investigating, we might find the rotten treasure hidden here.
She's right.
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth.
you're right, Kay. Very well. Let us reopen the investigation and see what we find. Come on, Kay.
Right behind you.
Okay, then I'll go check out Babel a bit more, sir.
And I have some things that I need to investigate further in Alabast.
Now then. Before I gather any more information, I should do a bit of housekeeping.
All right. I like that they clean up your evidence for you, because it definitely reduces me getting confused by things that are no longer relevant. Because you know me, I be overthinking shit like crazy.
All right. Ambassador Albus seemed agitated over something.
He did.
I wonder why.
There are 2 special circumstances that surround the ambassador. First, the embassy itself has extraterritorial rights. If something happens on Alabastian soil, we are unable to legally prosecute him.
Cool. It sounds like embassies are the perfect place to steal whatever you want.
And Murder Damask 2 run a smuggling operation and make counterfeit bills, apparently.
But I thought all the counterfeiting was done by Mr. Cochin in Babel.
Yes, he apparently used the embassy's coupon printing press to do it. But it's the same story over there anyway. Babel also has extraterritorial rights. Which brings me to my next point, the ambassador's extraterritorial rights. Those who are effective even in our own country.
Really?
No matter what happens, he can never be tried in our courts. He retains some very special rights indeed. Basically, no matter what wrongs he may have committed, we can't bring him to trial here.
So I guess we don't stand a chance, do we?
We might stand a chance if we can somehow nullify either one of his special rights.
But how would we do that?
This was taken just before the two ambassadors gave their bouquets to the Steel Samurai.
Wait, is it just my imagination? I wonder how many actual IRL crimes have been like this, but weren't brought to court. I bet you so many. It's got to be. If we knew how many, we'd probably be thoroughly disgusted. Honestly, like, I mean, shoot, just look what's going on with the Epstein shit. It's not even like an extraterritorial rights thing. It's just they're the people in power, so no one's doing anything about it, even though they've all been outed for that shit. Like, and again, like, that's not even with the extraterritorial rights. Yeah, it's fucked.
Wait, is it just my imagination? Or is there something in this picture that I've seen before? I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. It appears to be a bouquet of Persian cyclamens and roses.
Wow, you even know the exact species. I never would have figured you for an expert on flowers.
It's all because of those flowers that old lady sends me every month.
Old bag, lol.
Just look at me. I sound like some sort of botanist.
So, what exactly is this yellow flower over here?
Excuse me.
That one? I'm not sure.
What? You don't know?
As far as I can recall, I've never seen a flower like this before. But I feel as though I've seen this shape somewhere before.
I can't believe he was pretending to be a harmless old grandpa. Talk about deceptive.
I don't suppose anyone expected him to change that drastically.
I bet he's thinking of something evil behind that cheery smile.
Kay, please try to remain calm and focused on the here and now.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry I got all worked up there. Well, the only way we're going to be able to steal the truth is if we keep on investigating.
Let me try to deduce something here.
Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold?
Okay, that might be it. Let me see. Yeah, because I don't see that symbol anywhere else. Well, I do see it here, I guess. But I think this is the one.
Eureka!
Could this piece of evidence be related to this photo somehow?
Huh? Well, nope. I don't think it's related at all.
Okay. All right. Let's keep looking at stuff then.
There's that troublemaker standing there smack in the center of making two peace signs.
Wow, the Steel Samurai stands out even more than the two ambassadors in this picture. Oh hey, the person playing the Steel Samurai is one of your friends, right?
No, I have no idea who he is.
Wait, but you just said he. You knew which gender he was, so you must know him, right?
I beg that you please refrain from talking about that person with me ever again.
Mr. Polano has a really great smile, don't you think? I bet he was really happy that they were going to become Kadopia again.
Perhaps. But instead, he became the greatest victim in today's case. An ambassador like him, who is always thinking of his country, is really to be admired.
Yeah, although this happened, I hope they'll be able to reunite the country someday.
I hope so as well, but for that to happen, we need to solve this case first. We need to see to it that those who would harm the new Kadopia are locked away.
And we will!
Hell yeah. All right.
It seems that lilies are at the center of this bouquet with an accent of chamomile.
Wow. I can totally smell the wonderful fragrance.
Okay, this is just a picture.
Oh, look, I know that. But it's nice to imagine things once in a while, you know? Where's your sense of empathy?
If you can smell the fragrance of flowers from a photo, that's more like a hallucination.
You don't have to be mean about it.
Let's just drop this before it's in full bloom.
Hilarious. Their banter is always super on point. All right, let's see. So there's nothing else. Okay, so let's see. Damn. Okay. There's definitely something about this spot. I'm almost positive this is the like point we need to deduce. Maybe I need...
We know that the counterfeit bills were printed using the embassy's press, but the necessary materials, such as the Babyliss ink and paper, must have been hidden in a secure location. But what do you think would have happened if the renovation had begun?
Well, he probably had to find a better hiding place or get rid of it all.
Right, so we can assume that the renovation was the cause of the plate and bills disposal. And the reason Mr. Cochin was killed as the ringleader of the smuggling operation. Based on what we know, who do you think was the one with the most to gain?
Let's see. Elias Polano.
Let
me save. I don't think it's Polano. Or is it? No. I think either Cochin or Alba.
It's the one person who has been erasing all evidence of the smuggling operation. From both embassies, the co-conspirator who is mopping up Ambassador Alba. Ambassador Alba had a very strong motive to kill Manny Cochin.
Okay. Come on, come on, come on.
Yeah! The cause of the Ambassador Alba's
Wow. That was a rough one.
The cause of Ambassador Alba's agitation and the rotten treasure we may find. And the motive for killing Mr. Cochin. Ms. Yu said it herself that she didn't kill anyone tonight. If we were to take her words at face value, then the reason for the ambassador's nervousness can only be one thing. He didn't want us to discover the real circumstances under which Mr. Cochin was killed.
Then you mean Ambassador Alba is the real killer? But I thought the two of them were friends.
Maybe they were, but what if Mr. Cochin was the one who first betrayed their friendship?
Oh, I get it. Wasn't Mr. Cochin pushing really hard for Mr. Polano to be ambassador after the reunification?
Yes, and that was the real reason why he wanted to steal Alabast's Prima Duck statue.
So Mr. Cochin hired Damask too to go steal it for him. But when Ambassador Alba found out what he was up to, he killed Mr. Cochin?
It's definitely a possibility at this point.
Those two really were thinking of no one but themselves. But the question now is, how did he do it? Ambassador Alba was in Alabast, but Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babel, right?
Right, and that is what we must solve next.
All right.
Flowers were sent by a variety of people and businesses to celebrate the Goodwill event. Even the Steel Samurai received some flowers from the ambassadors.
There's so many bouquets here, it's like a wedding ceremony.
I believe the flowers for those are for a slightly different reason.
Unrelated, but I've been meaning to ask you for a bit, and mind you, this isn't for right now, but I remember you saying one time you wanted to play some PS2 games once, but didn't know how to emulate. Was wondering if you'd like me to help you with the one day whenever you come up, of course, but you would be able to play some older series that you may not have always been, of course. Yeah, I was specifically having issues with which one? It was a specific game. I have an emulator set up, but it was one of the Yakuza games, and it's kind of just an infamous game for running like shit. So I think it was more the ROM that was the issue, but yeah, there's not really any games I'm like dying to play at the moment, but if I get around to trying to play some PS2 games and I'm having trouble, I'll definitely let you know. But yeah, it was the zombie one. What was that called? Yakuza. Fuck, I can't remember which one it was. But yeah, damn, I can't remember. Dead Souls, yes. And then I do also, at some point, I want to play the OG God of War games, but I don't think I'll need help getting those set up. But if I do have trouble with them, I'll definitely let you know. But those were the ones I was thinking of, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, I'll because the God of War ones aren't really available anywhere, so those are definitely the ones I'd be looking to emulate. Because why aren't they available? Just make it available. Put it on Steam or some shit. I don't know.
I believe the flower.
Yeah, there's also PSP Yakuza games stuck on PSP. Sony sucks. Yeah, Sony really does suck. It's funny because when I was young in like high school and shit like that, I had an Xbox. I was a 360 boy, so I was jamming on Halo and shit. But I always saw like all these games like God of War and mainly God of War. But like back then, Sony was like absolutely crushing it with the exclusives. Like all the hype ass games were always coming out on PlayStation, and I was just like, fuck, I want to play that. So as an adult, I'm out of college, living on my own, and I'm like, I'm gonna buy my first console for myself, And I think about it for a long time, and I'm like, there's lots of PlayStation games that I never got to play, and PlayStation has always been the one that dominates the exclusive, so I'm gonna buy a PlayStation finally, I loved my Xbox, but it's time for PlayStation. Bro, the releases for PS5 have been so fucking brutal. Like, fucking A, man. I've definitely gotten my value out of it. Like, I've played a ton of shit on it, but fuck, man. I should have got the Xbox. I've grown up with Sony mostly. I love my PS2/3, PSP, and Vita and such. Nowadays, they suck. Yeah, but like back in those days, they were lit. On the bright side, you bought it before they raised the price 4 times now. Yeah, thankfully. Good lord. I actually got really lucky because I got mine like at the height of all the scalping and everything and managed to actually get it for a normal price. So I got pretty lucky in that regard for sure. But fuck, I was really like, I bought it because of the exclusive. I assumed it was going to get a lot of good exclusives. And then Xbox just dropping exclusive after exclusive after exclusive. Oh, well. That's honestly, it's the most me thing to happen. I swear, if I didn't have bad luck, I wouldn't have any. Oh, damn, real lucky. I don't know if you've heard, but now Sony has a 30-day DRM on their games. Or on their consoles. DRM, I'm not sure what you mean by that. DRM. Digital rights management? Direct rendering manager? No, that doesn't sound right. Digital rights management. If you don't connect to Wi-Fi in 30 days, you lose your game. Oh, I did hear about that. It's like everything bought from like now on, right? So like The purchases, if I'm understanding the way it is correct, the purchases that I've made previously for digital stuff are grandfathered in where they can't do it to it yet. But anything that someone buys now, you lose if you don't connect, like every 30 days, which is fucking ridiculous. Like, fuck Sony for that. Genuinely, fuck Sony for that. I'm never making another digital purchase from them, ever. And I'm, yes, incredibly shitty. And mind you, Xbox was planning to do the same shit in 2013 and everyone clowned it. And now Sony does it. Yep. So, yeah, if I can avoid any purchases of PlayStation games, I'm going to get in on other platforms. And if I do have to buy a PlayStation game because it's the only platform it's available, I'm not buying it physical for sure, because fuck that. That's such a fucking joke. Yeah, fuck Sony. They're almost as bad as Nintendo. The fucked up thing with Nintendo is they at least make novel games and have the exclusives, but they're such pieces of shit. Anyway, yeah.
What do you mean? This event was supposed to be like a wedding between Alabasta and Babel, right?
Actually, I believe they're more in a state of divorce.
Okay then. This event was supposed to be their remarriage ceremony.
I suppose you could call it that.
Nintendo has DRM on Switch too, by the way, if you don't know. Some game cartridges don't actually contain the game anymore. Switch 1 always did. Fucking hell. See, doing that with the physical media too that should be criminal. I hate these fucking companies so fucking much. Like, fuck this.
These flowers were sent by Global Studios.
Global Studios?
That's where they filmed the Steel Samurai television show. They've been producing hit after hit recently, so the studio is being remodeled.
Oh, I read about that in the papers the other day. This mascot of theirs is also getting a facelift too, right? What's its name?
You mean Ms. Monkey?
Yeah, I thought it was something like that. You really have a great memory.
I never underestimate my powers of recollection.
20 years down the line, these physical games will be useless if the server goes down. Yes, and this is also why I've said for so long that, like, developers need to focus on optimization. Like, all this ray tracing bullshit that bloats the fuck out of everything for textures that don't add anything to the experience, pointless. Make the games fit on the cartridge, allow people to own the media and play it at their leisure. Why are we depending on these expensive ass services that aren't reliable and could just be gone any day? Genuinely, like, it's so ass backwards. People are paying out the ass because these bloated ass softwares take so long to develop. It takes so much resources to maintain and run them, when we could have good games that are optimized. And yeah, maybe it won't be as graphically flashy, but like, who actually needs photorealism? Like, we've enjoyed games for decades without photorealism, and consistently, year over year, the best games are not the most graphically impressive ones. It's the ones people took the time to actually make fun mechanics in. I mean, shit, look at Nintendo. They've been doing like basic ass graphics their whole lifetime, even into today, and are one of the biggest sellers of video games because they focus on the gameplay instead of just bloating everything with needless graphics. And for some reason, even they're doing this bullshit. I've heard excuses from them. Some say games run better and load faster if the actual game doesn't run on a disc, but on a download instead, which is why most physical games always require a download rather than how it was like before. Yeah, I mean, we definitely do need improvements in our memory software or in hardware, but like, I'd much rather just have smaller games. Like most AAA titles I play, which I don't play much anymore because of this experience I'm about to describe, they just feel bloated with junk that doesn't add anything. Like, I spend most of my time looking for something fun to do and having to wade through like a billion fetch quests and like random bullshit that's like pointless. I'd rather just have like a tight, smaller experience with lesser graphics than photorealistic than whatever the fuck they're pushing these days. And maybe I'm alone in that, but I will happily be alone in that opinion because most of the shit I buy is indie. And I have way more fun playing indie shit, and I never feel like I've wasted my money. Because the beauty is, like, you spend like $5 on an indie game, right? It could be booty cheeks. But as long as it makes you chuckle a few times and keeps you engaged for a couple hours, you're gonna feel good about that purchase, you know? Because it's hard to get an hour or more of value out of something for $5. I mean, shit, even just going to the movies, you're spending at least like $20-30. Renting a movie even nowadays is like $10. It's ridiculous. So I think the future is indie, and I think we're seeing all this shit happen because these greedy ass corporations don't want to make any quality products anymore. They just want to milk people for money without offering any actual service. So I think we're going to see all these massive industries die, and there's going to be horrific austerity that comes as a result of the economic fallout of that. But I do think indie is going to be the way forward. To elaborate more, because the game is downloaded on your SSD, it runs much faster. Right. That's also, I think, partly why Nintendo uses cartridges, because cartridges are like way faster than discs. But we could just switch the medium we use. Like, we could do SSD based gaming. Like, SSDs are really cheap. We could absolutely just put stuff on that. Really small SSDs. Or, even better, make them slightly larger than necessary. Boom, you have built-in space for your save files. Now you don't got to worry about extra storage on your console. SSDs that went up thanks to AI. Yeah, exactly. Another case of useless bloat, making everything needlessly expensive purely for the sake of profit. It's so fucking stupid. God, I hate capitalism so much. It's the dumbest fucking economy. It's like, well, you can have 30 types of cornflakes at least. It's like, great, man, I don't even eat cereal. Like, we're spending all our money on useless shit no one wants because it makes profit for investors. It's so ass backwards. Meanwhile, more people die of malnutrition in the US year over year than in fucking North Korea. Think about that. But we gotta milk these games for profit. That should be our economic priority. Man, you got me on one now. I'm sorry, but I don't really need to enter your country at this time. Right now, for a limited time here at the Babyliss Embassy, we're offering the very special Experience the Terrifying Fires Ashes tour. They're capitalizing on this fire shit. That's so funny. So how about it? Shall I sign you up? We're fine, thanks. We have an investigation to run. Oh, so we can't go through there. Okay. Can we go this way? Nope. Okay, so we've got to find something in this room. Okay. So it's got to be... What am I missing here? Okay, let me save before I completely erase my remaining health. What are we gonna present? Oh, shit, I've got it! Is it the metal? Yeah, so that's what I was thinking of. I've tried a few pieces of evidence, and I couldn't figure out what connected to it. Until now. Finally, it clicks. Come on.
Huh? Well...
It's no. Wrong. What? Nah. That's not correct. What the fuck? That was right. I know for a fact that was right. Because look at the pedals. It's one of the pedals. Did I present the wrong thing on accident? Was I not hovering over it, maybe?
Eureka!
Am I losing it or? The fuck? Okay, let me try the flower. Let me try lower. Maybe it's thinking I'm going for the Steel Samurai. Wait, it has to be this, right? What? I'm stumped now. What? I feel like I'm losing it now. Like, this is it. That's it. It's a backdrop they used in the Steel Samurai stage show today.
I love the climax of that show. Steel Samurai Sushi Slash! That was the first time I'd seen that special move. But, well, the Jammin' Ninja stage show climax was much better, of course.
Oh, is that a fact?
That scene where he sang for Princess Misola and gave her those hair sticks? I could totally feel the love there in my heart.
Perhaps the Jammin' Ninja is just more popular with female audiences.
Huh. Not to get back to the gaming industry sucks nowadays, talk again, but the game I suggested to you, Hi-Fi Rush, seriously got screwed over by Microsoft if you aren't aware. Damn, that sucks. I wasn't aware. That really sucks. Well, that just makes me happier to support it then. Because, yeah, these companies really be fucking around with artists, and I do not appreciate it. What the fuck, though? Like, I feel like I'm losing my fucking mind here. The pick thing obviously fits there, and I don't feel like I have a clue for anything else in this photo. Am I missing something like super obvious? See, that was Embassy, which is major renovations, premier expansion, garden upkeep. Fuck. Because, like, the pic shows that he went into the other country. But... Okay, I know about... I'm losing my fucking mind. What the... What am I missing? Okay, so here's the short version of it. Tango Games made Hi-Fi Rush, which was a massive commercial and critical success. Was touted as Xbox's new hidden gem, I might add. Anyway, a year later, Microsoft shut down the company without any notice because they bought Activision and would lose too much money, so they let them go. I fucking hate when that happens. So many amazing indie studios have been just killed off by these sort of corporate acquisitions because they're like... Because this is the way that these companies make money is they don't create products anymore. They buy companies that create products and then gut them to sell off shit for money and then sell it off again. Oh, I fucking hate it. Hold on. I'll check online and see. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. Because, like, the game is telling me that... I really feel like I'm going crazy now because the game is telling me that I should do the thing I'm doing. But yeah. Does your logic tab have anything? Maybe that's what I'm missing. Let's check. Ah, fuck. Alright. No, I cannot use my logic tab. Let's present this to K, maybe. Remember when you said you can't soft lock yourself in these games? I'm wondering if I may have soft locked myself. Okay, so I'm not sure if you've done this, so I'm just gonna copy it and see. No worries, no worries. Examine the photo near the flower wreath. It shows Steel Samurai with the two ambassadors before they presented him with the bouquets. Examine Alba's bouquet. You haven't seen the yellow flower in the picture before, but Edgeworth feels like it resembles something he's seen, yes. Highlight the yellow flower and deduce that the Alabastian knife... Oh. with the handle of the knife blends in with the flowers, which could be how it was carried over to Babel. Right. Oh, wow. The knife is in this? Interesting. I gotta be honest. I don't see how you're supposed to make the jump to the knife from here, especially when they're giving you this, which obviously matches with another piece of your evidence. That's... I don't know about that one.
Eureka!
Okay. Anyway, back to the Hi-Fi Rush thing. That's really shitty. I really hate the way that these companies just buy out their competition and kill it off. It's gotta love monopolies.
Babel's national symbol is the butterfly, and Alabast's is the flower. It would appear that someone is employing the old hide a tree in a forest trick.
What are you mumbling to yourself about?
Oh, I see. I see it now. Okay, that's the back of the... That's the very, like, tang of the knife. Okay. Damn. It's been like 8 years since I played this, so no comments from me, but I'm sure it's obvious. But we got sidetracked, XD. Yeah. Damn. Okay, now I see it. Okay. I feel like they did us a little dirty with the way they colored that knife handle in the photo we have.
Wait, what? The handle in this knife?
Yes, it's the handle that was supposed to be on the blade that killed Mr. Cochin. The weapon that killed him was carried through the Theatrum Neutralis, and the very bouquet Ambassador Alba was carrying. The flower motif. It looks like one of the flower petals is missing.
Ooh, and take a look at the weapon itself. It's missing the exact same petal.
Then the knife in this photo is most definitely the same as this murder weapon.
I see how we're gonna get him. Because he went into the other country, this is gonna cause an issue. He's not gonna become the leader. Polano is gonna become the leader, and Polano is going to prosecute him in the new country of Cadopia. Get cooked, fucker.
I believe we now understand why Ambassador Alba was so nervous and agitated. It must have something to do with where Mr. Cochin was killed.
Also, you might not know Tango games themselves, but you know their games, The Evil Within 1 and 2, which are popular. Oh, I've definitely heard of those games. Yeah, see, why, like, it's always the companies that are making good games, and that shit can't be an accident. They went, how dare you to make the consumer realize how lazy we are. You must be punished. Ugh. If you keep making good games, customers will want good games, and we can't have that. That takes effort. We would much rather force them to buy subscriptions that sell them nothing.
A place where the Alabastian ambassador was likely to meet the Babylese Mr. Cochin. The place where Ambassador Alba happened to have committed the murder is...
You will own nothing and be happy, Ubisoft CEO. Exactly. That's where we're at, honestly. And with like everything. They're putting fucking subscription services in cars now. So now if you don't pay a subscription service, you can't even drive your new fucking car. Not to mention the surveillance tech that's going it. Like, I'm not about it, man. This is not it. Okay, so the murder.
Take that!
Redeemed hydrate. Hey, good looking out. Stay hydrated, folks. Cheers. Ah, yeah. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. In the courtyard, maybe? Because we found this in the courtyard, right? So...
Take that!
Shit. Alright, let me save. Theater?
Take that!
Ah, the theater, of course.
The only place that makes sense is here, at the Theatrum Neutralis.
What? Here?
The Goodwill event was being held here today, correct? Held here today, correct? So the only place that both of them would have been in is here.
But if that's the case, then everything changes. This theater isn't actually Alabastian land. So that wipes out one of those extraterritorial rights he has.
It makes logical sense, in which case it is a reason for us to investigate further.
So what should we check out?
Let's see. I believe we should check the immigration records for both Alabast and Babel post-haste. Babel's records should be easy to obtain, however the problem will be Alabast. I wonder if they would allow us to see their records despite the order to vacate.
You've already looked at them, haven't you? Hell yeah, Fran.
I'm already one step ahead of you, Miles Edgeworth.
Franziska.
I have here the security footage from both Alabast and Babel. You would do well to take a look at its contents.
Hell yes.
You move fast.
Avant Karma strives to be perfect in every way. It's not in my nature to keep on retreating like this.
But yeah, you know, the whole enshittification stuff, that's exactly why I bought the printer that I did. Because for the price I spent on it, I could have got a Bamboo Labs printer, right? Which, by most consumer metrics, would be considered a better printer, and it would have more features like multi-material and stuff like that. But, then I'm locked into the Bamboo ecosystem, and I'm on their like closed source software and all that bullshit. This thing is open source. It runs just basic Clipper pretty much, and everything can be replaced with other components from other companies, whatever. It don't matter. So this thing will last me forever, and in a couple of years it'll be way better than a Bamboo Lab machine anyway. But it's the fact that I can like maintain it myself and I can improve it and all that. Products like that rarely exist nowadays. I mean, shoot, just look at the way people are having to fight for their right to repair their phones and stuff. It's ridiculous. You will own nothing and be happy, as they say.
I took the liberty of looking over the Babel investigation reports as well. From now on, you will make no excuse to back down or say that we can't solve this case.
I'm sorry about earlier.
We won't be beaten, because my cute little subordinate is going to try his very best, isn't he?
Hasn't she patronized me enough already for a lifetime? So this video contains footage from Alabast's immigration screening area.
I really hope there's something in here that we can use.
Ba-ba-da-doo. All right, 521, 522, 523.
Which minute's footage should we examine?
Probably 522.
I can't believe how completely fooled I was by the way he carried himself.
He had me fooled too. According to the files I had sent for earlier, Ambassador Alba was a Kudopian hero. He saves the royal family from danger countless times. So what bothers me is, why would a man like that create a smuggling ring? Even with all the authority I have, I still haven't been able to figure out why.
It sounds like the ambassador was a hero who was corrupted by evil.
I don't know if you've heard of Stop Killing Games. I have. It's a game movement that gains a lot of traction last year and is doing good progress for game preservation, at least online ones, for EU citizens, which for most game companies will mean they have to start doing this globally too. Yeah, the EU has kind of consistently led the charge on just like common sense legislation when it comes to consumerism. They're the reason that everything is USB-C now. Because Apple was being an asshole, like, no, we're going to use Lightning Bolt, even though it's shittier and only we use it, and it makes it so much harder for the consumer. And like, EU was like, no. You're going to use the better available technology. We're establishing a standard. No more of this ecosystem bullshit. And now we all have glorious USB-C. Well, I had it anyway because I don't use iPhone. But yeah, it usually when a big power like that makes a legislation, which you probably already understand, I guess I'm just yapping at this point, but like it works because that's enough consumers that they have to change their supply chain for, that it just makes sense to do it the whole way up. And so we all benefit from that, thankfully. So I'm hoping that they continue working on that. There was something else recently that had to do with enshittification they were taking on. I'm blanking on it, but it might have been like a... They're currently trying to ban planned obsolescence and criminalize that, which would be fabulous. The head of the movement, ROSS, was actually in a meeting, and all the politicians there seemed to be supportive of the idea. So we're making good progress. So many games are server-side only or online only. Yeah, no, I that's very encouraging, and it really does feel like the EU is the only one that's got any interest in sticking up for consumer rights. And thank goodness they do, because shit, man, shit's already bad. I can't imagine how much worse it could be, you know? So thank goodness for that. Ross, I don't know why I kept his name. No worries, no worries. Yeah, I thought it was an acronym because of that. That's so funny.
But no matter what happened in the past, we can't let the man he is now escape justice.
This man is the immigration officer who was on duty. He's making the exact same scary face that he was making a minute ago. Wait, is it just me or is he blushing? It appears that he gets flustered around the ambassador. I guess the ambassador is well respected inside Alabast too.
You could say that. The guard doesn't appear to be capable of looking at the ambassador.
Those are the posters of the country's tourist spots, the most of the Gatevaterland. I wonder if Alabastians in general like theme parks at all. The guard who stops you has been to Gatevaterland a number of times apparently. I guess they don't have theme parks in Alabast, huh?
The good thing about Stop Killing Games is that it's already making game companies worried and actually do shit right now. When it started becoming popular, Ubisoft was highly against now, and last week they actually added big updates to The Crew 2, having an offline mode and adding more content to that. We love to see it. We do love to see it. And it goes to show that no matter how powerless we feel, how hopeless the situation looks, if enough of us band together, we can get shit done. We can fix problems. It's not too cooked yet. Sometimes it's hard to see that, you know? It's good to remind ourselves and to really celebrate those small wins, because they do matter.
It's the door leading into the Theatrum Neutralis.
The more the guy tried to keep me out, the more I wanted to get in. It's human nature. But I guess I can't complain too much. I did get let inside in the end.
At least nothing seems out of the ordinary with the door.
Is that it? Oh, the time.
5:22 p.m. At around this time, the Steel Samurai stage show had come to an end.
Excuse me.
And Ambassador Alba was making his way back to his office.
And then later he shook hands with the Steel Samurai in his office. And then he was gonna give a speech in the Rose Garden. Being an ambassador sounds like a busy, busy job. It's like someone is always stealing your time away. Shout out to the UK government seeing Stop Killing Games and going, yeah, we don't really care, to be honest, despite getting at least over 100k people signing over that. Yeah, I remember that. Man, I mean, what do you expect? We can't trust these colonizer countries to do shit, and I include the US in that. We can't expect them to do anything right, let's be real. Oh, here comes the ad break, by the way. That's kind of hilarious timing for that.
Yes, I'd imagine something like that. But despite how busy he was, he still managed to find the time to kill Mr. Cochin.
Me being all, fuck capitalism, this shit's bullshit. Anyway, here's the ad break. Shit happens.
And move his body somehow from the Theatrum Neutralis.
Alright, I think that's everything.
Which minute's footage should I examine?
I guess 521. I guess we're gonna do all of them? Yo, those ads paying your bills, gotta love capitalism more. Yeah, that 20 cents a day really adding up, let me tell you.
It's the door leading into Theatrum Neutralis.
I tried so hard to get through the store, you know, but I just couldn't get in. You know what's wild to think about is people like me being forced to run these ads at minimum 3 minutes per hour, which is why I just kind of block it into one chunk. A cent saved is a cent earned. True. But like, I have to have my broadcast interrupted, and the people who hang out and watch what I do have to be bothered by that for me to get 20 cents a day. But Twitch has hundreds of thousands of people on here just like me running these ads, generating 20 cents of income for themselves a day. But I bet you it's a fuck ton of money for Twitch. I bet you Twitch is making so much money off of like really small creators, because there's a lot of us, you know. And I think it's I bet you it's making them way more money than you would expect. Arguably, collectively, I bet you they're like the small streamers earn probably as much as the top earners do. It's just spread out. Spread out differently. I don't know what my point was with that, other than just like they should give us more ad revenue. It would be sick to be able to make like a good amount of money to consistently reinvest into the streams. That I think. That would be like the real, if I had any goal in terms of growth, I think that would be the goal, is to be able to like pay for games or even like IRL activities. Hey Dan, we gotta buy that new yacht this week. That's the CEO. Yeah, Dan Clancy. He's an interesting character. I think he's got some good business ideas for Twitch, but I keep hearing weird shit about the man, I'm not gonna lie. Though, who's really surprised? Billionaire is a fucking weirdo? Breaking news. I tried so hard to get through this door, you know? Okay, yeah, this is the same. Okay. Well, this guy's looking. Yes. Even though there's no one around, yeah. I'd never trust any Twitch mods or CEOs, bruh. I know their ass is simping hard for some of those top streams. The word is like a slur in this site. Yeah. Yeah. That's another thing is like, have you ever noticed how much of like Twitch culture is just people like begging for attention?
that's something that always kind of bugged me, is like so much of the content isn't actually things happening so much as it's like people begging for attention and then getting their like 2 seconds of attention and then doing that again and again and again and again. Like, that shit drives me nuts. Like, for example, I really like Speed, and I'm not saying like, I'm not hating on Speed or anything like that, but his content used to be so much more focused on the countries he visited and their culture, and now his modern streams just kind of feel like him running through a checklist of generic activities while having his fans overwhelm and ruin everything he does. Yeah, the clip farming culture sucks, man. It really does. If it makes you feel better, I don't even like using Twitch, but I'm here because of y'all. Hey, we love that. Appreciate it. I mean, I'm definitely intentionally trying to do something a little different. I don't have the craziest, grandest expectations, but I do want this little corner of the internet to be focused on just like a calmer vibe, you know? Just a place where like actual community can take root. Because so many of these people have these massive platforms, and instead of making more engaging and interesting and innovative content, they just go for the next checkpoint of exponential growth, and that usually comes at like the cost of the quality of content. Like, Speed intentionally baits his fans into creating those zombie apocalypse moments because it gets clicks and it goes viral. And from a business standpoint, I get it, but also, man, ain't you got enough money? Like, just make engaging, fun content. Like, dude used to actually engage in the culture, and now it's just like, all right, we're off the car. Dance time. Okay, now I'm going to eat. Now I'm going to go to the next place and sit on the car for 40 minutes while my fans make it impossible to drive anywhere. All right, I'm off the car. Dance time. Now I'm going to eat. like there's more to cultures than that. To be fair, at a certain point, those followers and fans become a number more than anything. Yeah, that's the problem. I think that it's, and I've talked about this before, it's that need for exponential growth, right? Rather than chasing stability, where when you build inward into your community, that becomes more self-sustaining because you're invested in something that feeds into itself, right? Like, the people start to actually get to know each other. They start to focus on the things you're doing and engaging in it on a deeper level, rather than just like, give me attention, give me attention, give me attention. Like, there's room for actual discourse. I'll admit, Speed streams is like watching a guy on side quest, which is funny. Yeah, for sure. And I think that like, I want more of that, because like, every time you get like an interesting moment that's like really fun on his streams, I promise you, every time within like 60 to 90 seconds, some dumbass fans run up and ruin everything, and then it just turns into screeching. That's kind of why I like the scuba diving streams he did recently, because there were no fans around to fuck it up. Like, I remember in Africa, they set up, in South Africa, they set up a course for him to do rally car driving. Not the rally car, but the drifting that they do in South Africa that's really popular. And they had to just write off the whole segment because the fans wouldn't stop crowding the car, and he literally couldn't drive, let alone do the stunt driving that he was supposed to do. Like, whole interesting as fuck segment scrapped because his fans are annoying as fuck. And like, that starts with your goals, where like, are you trying to build sustainability or are you trying to build exponential growth? Because if your interest is only in growth, then you're not curating your audience. You're accepting everyone and anyone, no matter what their behavior is, because you want their money. If your goal is sustainability, when people get out of pocket, you check them, and maybe that pushes them away, you know, and slows your growth. But it makes your community more sustainable and more appealing to people who are looking to genuinely engage in community. And that's kind of like the mentality that I have. You know, I'm not interested in appeasing anyone. I'm here to do what I want to do. And if you like what I want to do, fuck yeah, let's rock together. But I ain't about to feed into that like mania of give me attention. I'm here to control everything. It's like, bro, go find someone else. There's enough streamers that offer that. Yeah, poor guy. I think he'll be okay. But it's I think about this stuff a lot. I really enjoy social media as a technology and a way of connecting, but I think that the way that people utilize it on the highest levels is just deeply disappointing, you know? I just want to have a good time and chill, man. Yeah, for real. Like, Speed, with all his resources, could easily structure his streams in a way that is more organized and still offers direct fan engagement, but doesn't allow it to happen in the manic way it does, right? Like, he has the resources to control the environment he's in and to stop these mobs from happening that disrupt the content of his stream. But again, it just comes back to clicks and wanting that exponential growth. From a business standpoint, it makes sense, but that's kind of why, like, I hold the opinions I do, because I think that exponential growth is a bad model for economics. I think it results in a race to the bottom. But anyway, I've yapped enough about this. Rather fitting for someone in the security business, I'd say. Okay, so I don't think there's anything in this shot. Huh. Gatewater Lane, yeah. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I don't feel like there's anything. Oh, fuck. I don't think there's anything in that. Let's go back here.
Doesn't something about this lump's shape strike you as odd?
Huh? Isn't it supposed to be this shape?
Is that where the other statue is?
No, there is clearly something odd about that bulge. If only we had the pushcart itself, we could compare and confirm my hunch. Next, let us check the footage from Babble's security camera.
I hope it shows us something good. Phooey! There wasn't a single sign of suspicious person or anything.
That right there is the contradiction.
Huh? Did I miss something?
You didn't miss anything, because there was nothing to miss. However, what is missing is the image of Mr. Cochin entering his own country.
Wasn't his body found in Babel?
It would appear that the true face of our final puzzle has finally revealed itself.
But yeah, if I was Speed doing those tours, man, I'd be linking up with like cool ass artists and creatives from the country, and I'd just be having them show me their favorite shit. Spend the day interviewing them, showcasing what they do, and showcasing like really cool niche parts of the culture. That'd be a vibe, man. If I had the money to travel and do shit like that, oh man. I mean, obviously, who doesn't want to just travel? Yeah, I feel you. Exactly. But yeah, that's the thing that kills me is like, I see all these celebrities, and not just Speed or streamers, but like all these celebrities that have these massive platforms and they just use it for fucking nothing. Like, look at Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift is a literal billionaire and she ain't said shit about what's happening in the US, let alone all the issues globally and the things she could affect changing. Like, that lady has the power to do so much, and what does she do with it? She uses it to sabotage other women's album drops. The fuck? Like, lady, you already won life. Why are you not just pulling the ladder up but jabbing down with a pole? Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. I would be so disengaged from all that bullshit if I had it like that. I don't get it. I guess that's why I'm not rich like that, huh? And that's why I'm a like super not famous musician. Because like you want to talk about Sony being shitty? I've had like meetings with Sony record execs when I was really pushing to become a professional musician, and those people deadass gave me advice like steal from other people and rip off people's work, and I was like, this is not the industry for me if that's how I gotta be, you know? XQC watching 200 videos and not paying attention to any of them, but he can't do anything else, so he gotta. Yeah, like, I don't know. Even if like that's all you can do to generate your income, like, what are you doing behind the scenes? You got that kind of capital. You can do some real shit. Like I would open not-for-profit grocery stores for one. So like a grocery store that sources everything locally to support the local economy and local farmers, etc., and then sells everything at cost. and you know, you work in your employees' wages and benefits into it and shit like that. But like, that's the kind of shit I'd be investing my money in. I'd want to like make the place I live better, right? One sec, I'll send it in Discord. On the topic of XQC, there's a funny ass video I gotta show you. Bet.
Ambassador Alba.
I thought I had asked for you and your group to vacate the premises, Mr. Edgeworth.
Actually, I thought I should let you know that this theater sits on my country's soil.
You've had your fun, and I've enjoyed our little game. I dare say that you've even achieved a new high score. However, once you've recorded a score, that same game can never be replayed again.
Excuse me.
Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Your game is done, and it's game over.
No.
Where do you think you're going at this time of night?
After admitting to my crime, I was overcome with regrets. So I am headed to the airport now to return home.
I'm afraid I can't let you do that. There are still too many issues we need to discuss with you.
You can't stop me, Mr. Edgeworth, and you know it.
You gotta see this, bro. Is genuinely laughing my ass off. Bet. Let me pull this up right now. Oh God, Aiden Ross.
What?
Oh wait, hold on. Let me. There we go.
Do you live in the Big Bang Theory or Pangria?
Pangria.
What the fuck is
Pangria.
like? That sounds like some World of Warcraft thing.
World of Warcraft thing.
It's where islands, like the whole world was an island that got split into continents.
The whole world or
Our planet.
Our planet. The world is the planet.
Yeah.
Well, one theory doesn't affect the other.
They're both part of
Holy fuck. The fact that Aiden Ross looks like the smart one in this clip says everything. Man's making Aiden Ross look like a Greek philosopher.
I know.
What I'm saying is, you know, like there's
There's consonants, there's consonants.
they got broken apart. Yes.
Yeah, broken parts. That's what that is.
I'm saying
Which one do you believe in?
No, I think the
Big
Bang.
makes all the plants and shit,
Plants and shit.
and the planet is in a certain state or shape, or not shape, but has certain.
Hold on. He's asking if you believe in the Big Bang or Pangea. Never mind. He's making XQC seem like the smart one. Christ. Holy shit. This is who young men are like modeling themselves after. Oh my god. Oh my god. Like, it's okay to know things, everyone. It's okay to know things. I promise.
And then meteor happens, and it splits up.
right, and then we have
continents. That's kind of how it happens.
So they're both the same theory, right?
Right?
Oh my god.
What does it affect the other?
He-
It's like saying,
Hold up. He so he thinks the meteor that wiped out the dinosaurs is what broke the continents up. This is like the epitome of someone who's learned everything they know about science from YouTube videos they half watched. This is the absolute epitomization of that.
Bread. Butter bread.
Do you believe in butter?
Bread.
Well, my bread is
Butter.
They can have
both the same time. I don't have to believe in one or the other. They're both there.
I mean,
do you live in the Big Bang Theory or
Pangria.
he's wrong, but he's more right. Christ. Oh, Lord. I think I just lost like 5 whole brain cells watching that. I felt them fry in real time. Good lord. And this is why 50 IQ combined, for real. For real. If you clone them and put them all in the same room, you might have a high enough IQ to boil water if it was a temperature. Jesus. Jesus. God. This is what anti-intellectualism has done to our society. Guys, I promise it's okay to know things. It's okay. Jesus. Please, may I have a little bit of your time, Ambassador Alba?
Ambassador Polano.
Even just a teeny bit is fine with me. The already strained relationship between our countries is in a precarious situation, you know.
Very well, if you insist. I will pay just one more round with them and see what they want.
Man, play. But like, that's the thing, like, money is important, sure, because you got to get by, but it's just not everything. Like, I can't imagine, because like, yeah, everyone wants a comfy life, but I can't imagine striving to be XQC. God. And it just goes to show, like, our society truly does only reward the worst of us. I can't believe that any person that's famous on that level is a sincerely good person. I don't think you get there as a good person. I think you only get there by compromising your integrity. Good lord.
Not that they'll get any further.
Ambassador Polano. Mr. Edgeworth. All I wish for is the normalization of relationships between our two countries. But there's one person standing in the way of that dream. I believe in you. You'll do what's right. Thank you for your vote of confidence.
Now then, what was it you wanted to ask me about? I do have a flight to catch after all. I'm afraid I'm going to have to limit you to just one question.
That's more than enough, because I only have one question anyway. I want to hear your alibi about how you couldn't have killed Mr. Manny Cochin.
Oh, I see. You seem to have a good hand this time around. This should be fun.
And this really is the very last chance we have to bring him down. I won't allow even an atom-sized contradiction to slip by. Ambassador Alba's alibi.
Frankly, I still don't understand why I'm being placed under suspicion here. Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Cochin and I were fellow smugglers. But to get to the point, I was in Alabas the whole time. So it's simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babel. That is my alibi.
So that is your alibi?
That is correct. It is simply not possible for me to have committed a crime in Babel. Now that we cleared that up, I'd appreciate it if you would move out of my way.
Hold it!
I said hold it.
What is it this time? I thought I told you I'd only allow one question.
You did, but you still have yet to really answer my one question.
What?
Until you tell us the truth, I will refuse to budge an inch from where I'm standing.
Very well, I'll play with you just a little longer.
Miles Edgeworth, as my subordinate and representative of this country's prosecutors, as you are forbidden to lose.
Of course. That is something I've understood from the start.
That guy's the one who ordered my father killed, isn't he?
Yes, I believe so.
The goal of the first Yatagarasu was the capture of the smuggling ring's leader, my father and Uncle Bad. Their legacy will live on through me. So that's why we just gotta catch him, okay?
We will, I promise. Now, Ambassador Alba, let's have at the truth now, shall we?
No matter how many times you ask, my answer remains the same. Let's see.
Frankly, I don't understand why. You know why. You fucking know why.
Being the leader of a smuggling ring while taking on the duties of an ambassadorship. Don't you think that's Don't you think that the combination is more than enough reason for suspicion?
Yeah, you dumbass. Ignorant. Fake ignorant, I should say.
Then there is the matter of the crossbow arrows and the Primadux statues.
All of that is nothing more than your flights of fancy.
What do you mean by that?
Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Cochin and I were fellow smugglers.
It's not a hypothesis. Earlier we proved it to be what happened.
Well, let's leave that to one side for now.
Yeah, not so hot on that now that you're getting cornered, huh?
Because it doesn't change the fact that I have no motive.
Oh, so you really had no reason to kill Mr. Cochin?
If you want to suppose I had one, then why not? I'll indulge you. After all, this is nothing more than a silly game to me.
Even if that's how you see things, I'd appreciate it if you would take me seriously.
I'm sorry. I suppose you are in a bit of a pickle. Very well, a game is no fun if the playing field isn't level. Therefore, I formally claim that I had no motive to kill. Now let's see you disprove it.
How can he stand there looking proud when he knows he killed another human being? Well, I'm not going to stand by and just watch him get away with his crimes.
I think this is what I gotta hit him on. Let's see. Because we have the motive, right? All right. I remember he said this might be the motive, so let's press a little harder. Let's do some pressing first.
Are you serious that just because you were partners that you had no motive to kill?
I'm only following your hypothetical scenario to its logical conclusion. Ha 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 ha!
Looks like he's not going to admit it himself that he was in league with Mr. Cochin.
I suppose not. But I do know his relation to the smuggling ring and to Mr. Cochin.
You mean he's the ringleader that Mr. Cochin was his subordinate, right?
Correct, but I know more than just that. Ms. Von Karma, I'm sure you remember the safe in Mr. Cochin's office, correct?
Yes. The safe had 2 compartments to it, didn't it?
Yes, and why do you think those stolen goods were being stored in Mr. Cochin's office? Could it be because he was trying to cheat Ambassador Alba behind his back?
Excuse me.
So Mr. Cochin didn't turn the goods over, but decided instead to keep them for himself. I suppose that's possible.
It seems to me that both men were only concerned with their own wealth and well-being.
Then that means that maybe they didn't have a trusting relationship after all.
What Ambassador Alba had to gain. I believe that his motive for killing Mr. Cochin.
What are you people whispering about among yourselves over there?
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Now then, let's continue with your testimony.
Maybe that's the hit point we hit him on.
And what exactly did you do while you were in Alabast?
I had a meeting with the Steel Samurai, and then I arranged a few files. Around that time, the thief who was sneaking in took me by surprise.
Are you saying it was Damask Tools that made the first move?
Yes, and it was after I was attacked that I hit him on the head with the Primadux statue. Unfortunately, he died from the blow, but it was an act of justified self-defense.
Calling it that doesn't cover up what you really did.
Ha 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 ha! Cover up? No, my boy, I'm not covering anything up. I'm telling the truth.
You weren't planning to admit it, which is why you tried to frame the Steel Samurai. If you weren't an ambassador, I'd be letting my whip fly loose on you right now.
I'm terribly sorry that I didn't clean up the body better, but I am a busy man. I had a speech to give in the Rose Garden after that, you know.
Yet despite that, you still had time to kill Mr. Cochin, didn't you?
Man is evil, and I'm sure you are familiar with the facts, but Mr. Cochin was killed in Babel while I was all the way in Alabast.
But was he in Alabast the whole time? Let's see. But you didn't kill him in Babel, right? Let's see. Okay, I don't think we have the evidence to prove that. So let's go back to this.
That statement just now stands in clear contradiction to this evidence.
No, it doesn't.
Damn. Okay. Let me save real quick. All right. Let's see. Let's try the security footage. Yeah. Fuck. Okay. So. Yes, yes. Okay, let's see. What could it be? Okay. Let's look over it. Well, we haven't pressed all of them, so let's try pressing. Hold it! This last one here.
You insist that it's not possible for you to have killed Mr. Cochin in Babel. And you are correct.
Oh, I thought you would put up a bit more of a fight, but if you must concede to me...
The only thing I'm conceding is that it's not possible for you to kill him in Babel. I am not conceding that your alibi is the truth.
Oh, I see. However, no matter how you try, know that you can't crush my alibi.
You would be wise not to underestimate a prosecutor of this country. So Mr. Cochin was a friend of Ambassador Alba.
If that's true, why did the ambassador kill him? It's not like in the case my father where he ordered someone to do it. The problem we have here is we don't know what their exact relationship was.
Indeed. If they had complete trust in each other, then there is no motive for murder. However, both men very selfishly, and I believe that were very selfish, and I believe that is where this motive arose.
Okay. So we got to find the motive. That's the angle of attack. Fuck. Damn. Okay. What piece of evidence shows his motive? Dun, dun, dun. There we go.
If you want to know, I believe you did have a motive to kill. It was because Mr. Cochin had betrayed you. But you had your own reason too. Namely, you wanted to pin the smuggling all on him. Evil begets evil, and because you were trying to test each other, it turned into this mess.
What do you think of Alba as a character, by the way? I think he's a pretty solid villain. I feel like he kind of got upstaged by you/Sheena. But I do think he's a pretty good villain, but I definitely think Sheena upstaged him as the main villain.
I don't believe this. You have had a bad penchant for telling tall tales, Mr. Prosecutor. And if you're not, then I suppose you have some proof to support your arguments.
I never use guesswork in moving my cases forward.
For sure, Yu is awesome, so we all love her. Yeah, she's just such a frustrating antagonist, where they're definitely trying to like capture that same kind of frustrating energy, but I don't know, it's not. I think the case is too close to solved that he's not really annoying, because like when Sheena is being all obtuse intentionally, you don't really have a lot of evidence to dismantle her lies, so it's like really fucking annoying. It's like, oh, you asshole, I know you're fucking lying and I just can't prove it. Whereas this, it's like, oh yeah, you're full of shit, here's why, fuckface. And also, you know, you had multiple episodes of development on top of that. So, I think if he was in his own story, he would be a lot stronger villain, but like I said, I feel like he got kind of, what's the word? Upstaged. Alba does have extraterritorial rights. For sure, but I think we're just kind of tearing down all of his like defenses he puts up a little too quick for them to really grate and feel as annoying as they were with Sheena, because the majority of this case was spent trying to break down Sheena's defense, whereas pretty much the whole time, every time Alba has presented a defense, it's just been like, nah, you wrong, nope, nice try, get dunked on. So like I said, it doesn't really grate the same way. Yeah, I'd say like 60%. Right, exactly of this case. Yeah, exactly. So I think it hits a little bit different, especially with the background that we're given. She's just had a lot more opportunity to be built up and to annoy us and get under our skin. Whereas again, like this is we're battling Alba more in the climax, and there's just the steady progress that kind of it just softens the blow of him being so intentionally obtuse.
Shall we take a closer look at it? The content of the note is a request calling for the theft of Alabast's Prima Duck statue. By killing him and pushing all of the guilt for the smuggling onto him, you walk away spotless. I believe you understand what I'm driving at. You had more than a few reasons to kill him.
Are you finished with your hypothesizing?
Excuse me?
Let's suppose I did have a motive. Even so, a motive or a thought alone can't kill. Isn't that right?
I didn't expect him to resort to playing the semantics game with me. It appears that this is where the real battle will begin.
Now then, if you will excuse me.
Wait, what?
I told you at the very beginning, didn't I? You only get one question.
Ambassador Alba, if you could please give us just a little bit more of your time. It doesn't matter what kind of man Manny was. He was my subordinate, which is why I would like for us to figure out the real cause of his death.
That is something for Babel to figure out, and something to which I have no relation to.
And now he's even turning down a request from Ambassador Paleno because he knows he's cooked. He's fucked. I'm very sorry, but it seems that now even my voice falls on deaf ears.
There is no need for you to apologize, Ambassador Paleno. We'll simply leak all the evidence and ruin his reputation globally. Then he'll be uber fucked.
We must find some way to stop him from leaving.
It seems there are no further objections in this case. In that case, please allow me to return home.
Hold it right there, Ambassador Alba.
Hey,
Like I said, Mr. Edgeworth, the Yatagarasu's legacy will live on through me.
yes, but how do you suggest we stop him from leaving?
You just leave that to me. Ambassador Alba, do you recognize this?
No, and why should I recognize that tattered old organizer?
Wait, where have I seen that before?
That is a clue my father, Byrne Faraday, left for us.
Did you say Byrne Faraday?
Mr. Faraday's organizer. Don't tell me this is the one from the second KG-8 incident.
The one in which he wrote about the Yatagarasu's key?
Yes. This organizer belonged to the prosecutor you had Ms. Yu kill 7 years ago.
I have no idea what you're talking about. You say that like it was related to me.
Inside this organizer, he wrote up every detail of every evil thing you did.
What an amusing little girl you are, but that sort of trickery won't work on me.
If you won't believe me, then take a look at this.
And what is that toy here? Toy there. That's...
This thievery device was used by the Yatagarasu, or rather, by my father.
Her aura is so strong now it's causing a breeze.
7 years ago, he used this when he snuck into the embassy.
what?
These two pieces of evidence that hold information the Yatagarasu dug up on you. If you go home now, I won't hesitate to send it to all Alabast right behind you.
Girl, that's what I said! Hey! Eat shit, fuckface!
Little girl, get to the point.
I want you to go up against Mr. Edgeworth one more time. If you win, then I'll hand over these two pieces of evidence.
Yatagarasu, ever the thorn in my side.
Hey, cheers, Kev. Stay hydrated, folks. Sorry, just one sec. All right. D&D is getting canceled. It's I don't know if you've ever played D&D, but it's kind of a trope that you're not really playing D&D until it's been a month and you haven't actually played D&D.
I
Hey, does that organizer really contain any information on his dirty dealings?
It's nothing case-breaking, really.
Ah, then it was just a bluff.
More time for us to finish this case. I haven't played D&D, but I am interested in Baldur's Gate 3, which is like that, I think. Yes. I've actually been considering playing that on stream eventually. It's very heavily based on D&D. So it would be a very good like taste of what it's like to play that. Of course, the peak of D&D is getting to play with friends and that connection. But as far as a solo experience, I think Baldur's Gate is pretty much as close as you could get. So definitely, if you're interested, I think that's a good way to check it out. But yeah, it's I think I've mentioned it. It's like we're playing a different tabletop RPG that's technically not D&D, but it's Other Skies. It's a game my friend has made that we're playing testing. Sick, cool. Officially not doing D&D tonight. All right. Let's get back to this. Now I don't have to feel like I got a rush, which is nice.
Even if it was, we still can't let all the info my father and Uncle Bad found go to waste. Plus, just the existence of Little Thief is troublesome enough for him. Those two pieces, aren't they the keepsakes of your father? It's okay, I believe in Mr. Edgeworth. He'll come out on top in the end. Okay. When the going gets tough, someone's got to be there to put the wind back in your sails. After all this time, you're still quite the feisty one. I applaud your powerful nature.
Hell yeah. Women supporting women, let's go.
I refuse to lose this too. Ambassador Alba, you won't be returning home until you give us further testimony.
How dare you all, barring a person like me.
Ambassador Alba, your testimony, if you please.
All right, but this is the absolute last. Then, even if you use all the power of Ambassador Poleno's office, you won't stop me.
I can't let this opportunity Kay has created for me go to waste.
Here we go.
Alba's Alibi Part 2.
The last time I met with Mr. Cochin was here at the Theatrum Neutralis. After that, I was in Alabas the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. In any case, I did not see Mr. Cochin again after that. In any case, I did not see Mr. Cochin again after that. So you see, there is no time span in which I could have killed him. Wouldn't you agree? Now, since you people were practically begging, I'll allow you to question me.
What an arrogant old man.
Yes, but no matter, we can't allow this chance to escape us.
I will warn you, though, you've reached the end of my patience. Waste my time with any inane questions and you will be punished.
So any needless pressing or presenting will hurt our case?
In that case, the only thing you can do is present correct evidence, understood?
Let's save. At least this will be a straightforward-ish thing. We just got to get the right piece of evidence. I can do this.
Of course. I don't intend to let him intimidate me. I know Mr. Cochin was killed before he returned to Babel. In which case, there's only one statement to which I need to present evidence.
Okay, let's see here. Last time I met with Cochin was here at the Theatrum Neutralis. Okay. After that, I was in Alabas the rest of the time. In any case, I did not see Mr. Cochin again after that. There's no time span in which I could have killed him. This has to be the one. Actually, I guess that might have been Mr. Cochin's body in there. Oh, right, because we know how they transported that. That has to be Mr. Cochin's body. I'm thinking the security footage, which shows him going to the Neutralis, because we know that that's when the murder took place. I'm gonna try that. Oh god, oh god, oh god, I don't think that was right.
Now, that statement just now stands in clear contradiction to this evidence.
No, it doesn't.
Ah! Shit. Alright. If you're wondering, you only got 2 more testimonies for this section. Sick. We're very close. Okay. What is the right piece of evidence? Because I know the answer. The answer is that he murdered Mr. Cochin at the Theatrum Neutralis. So, how do we approach that, though? I did not see Mr. Cochin again after that. I don't think it's this first one. Can I press on any of these?
Hold it!
That's what I was thinking too.
Yes, because I was in the theater watching the stage show.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, do you remember seeing him sitting in the audience?
I'm sorry, but I don't remember anything outside of what was going on stage.
You shouldn't be so focused on the show and pay attention to your surroundings.
Mr. Edgeworth, it is a fact that Ambassador Alba came to the theater. But I guess you didn't know that because you didn't see him at the Steel Samurai show.
Oh, well, I do recall that he and you had a photo shoot with the Steel Samurai.
It looks like you are finally beginning to understand. Now then, will that be all?
No, wait, I'm not finished yet.
Okay, so I can't press. Okay. Huh. The photo, maybe? The same photo shot that he had with the knife, by the way. Yeah, okay, that's kind of... Okay, so maybe that's the piece of evidence we need to present. Let's try that. We're thinking the same thing. Hell yeah, yeah. That's always a good sign. All right, right here.
Objection!
Yeah! Way to go, Kev.
I'd like you to take a look at this picture.
It's a rather nice picture, isn't it? It was to commemorate the restoration of relations between our nations.
Oh, it's commemorative, all right. One that captures the proof that I need to show that it was you who committed the murder.
Who's this? Oh, okay. Okay, cool.
Come again?
This is the knife that killed Mr. Cochin. I see you recognize it as well you should. For it was you who brought it to this theater. You hid it in among the flowers you were going to give the Steel Samurai. Meaning that you killed Manny Cochin here at the theater.
It's time for me to catch my flight.
We're not through yet.
It's game over for you, Mr. Edgeworth. But I thank you for the entertainment. No matter how passionately you orate, the end result will still be the same. I won't be returning to this country ever again.
That's right. This man is an ambassador, and he has extraterritorial rights. No matter how hard we chase after him, we won't be able to have him tried in court.
Yes, that's exactly the face you should be making. The face of a worthless cur. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, I must bid you farewell.
The courts. Is there no one who can lay a finger on this man? Is this really the end?
Hey! Let's go, Lang Gang!
Agent Lang.
Extraterritorial rights is a massive meme in the community, by the way. If it wasn't obvious, I can see why. The GOAT has returned. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Prosecutor.
Get out of my way. My plane is scheduled to take off soon.
Sorry, but you're not going anywhere. Mr. Alba.
I'm through playing games with you people. You can't touch me. If you do, it would spark an international incident, Agent Lang.
Sorry, but no, it wouldn't.
What?
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Good job holding the fort down here until I got back. So, Mr. Alba, your diplomatic immunity has just been revoked.
What do you mean, revoked? Spare me this nonsense and let me through.
Lang Ji says, before aiming for the throat, chew the neck shield off first. Interpol headquarters in the Imperial household of the Kingdom of Alabast took a while to get things rolling, but they finally moved on it.
The Imperial household? What have you done?
You've been relieved of your duties as ambassador, Mr. Alba.
What?
Effective today. Effective right now. And you have Mr. Prosecutor's videotape to thank for this.
The video the Yatagarasu protected?
You can't be arrested simply because you're an ambassador? In that case, I thought I'd strip you of that title. You underestimated me, a descendant of the founder of the detainment philosophy, Lang Ji. 4,000 years of deeply entrenched connections and networks around the world have really paid off. Oh, looking real frail all of a sudden.
It can't be. I don't believe this. My ambassadorship has been revoked.
Looks like you're finally coming to grips with your new standing. Lang Ji says, extraterritorial rights ain't gonna save you, bro.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Woohoo! Looks like he's turned docile again.
He's probably in shock from the loss of his shield.
What a shame. I wanted to use my whip on him.
Why is this happening to me? I'm just a hard-working, honest ambassador.
Do you really think you can still pull that on us now? We've already ripped away the mask and seen you for who you are. Mr. Alba.
No, I won't be stopped now.
He still intends to fight us?
So what if I am no longer an ambassador? You still don't have any evidence on me. The fact remains you cannot arrest me.
I'd expect no less from you, the boss of the smuggling ring. Well, the rest is up to you, Mr. Prosecutor. Understood.
You say that I killed Mr. Cochin in the theater. But even if it's true, that there was a knife in my bouquet. I left that bouquet at the theater, so anyone could have taken it out from there and used it, right? Besides, the claim that he was killed here itself is odd. After all, wasn't his body discovered in Babel? Are you claiming that I carried his body all the way over there? Preposterous.
I'll be the one to prove whether it's preposterous or not. Ex-Ambassador Alba, are you ready? Because this is no game. This is war.
Let's go. I killed Mr. Cochin in this theater using a knife that was stuck in my bouquet. I left that bouquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken the knife from there.
One sec, I need some water. I'll be right back. Let's do it. Beautiful. All right. Excuse me. Thank you for waiting.
Besides, Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babel, right? There is no way for me to have transported his body from the theater to Babel. Look, don't you think you've had enough fun with me? You've already stolen my ambassadorship from me. Would you have me surrender too?
Yes. Yes, yes, I would. Yes, 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 yes. Yes.
You have no plans to ever return to this country, isn't that right? Did you know that a bunch of your subordinates are seeking asylum because of you? As if I care. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, boot this guy out of the embassy and we can finally end everything.
I know, and I will give it my all to see that he leaves in handcuffs. Without the title of ambassador, he's just another witness.
Yes, just another witness. All right, what are you waiting for? Let's get this guy.
And get him good.
I wonder if they understand that all I can do is present evidence to the testimony.
All right. All I can do is present evidence to the testimony. So wait. Does this mean I can't press still? Let's save. Well, anyway, I think I know which one I gotta hit. So let's... Here we go. I know what I gotta do.
Objection!
Bam.
Actually, I do believe there was a way to transport the body out of the theater. Perhaps you should give this a look.
What is this supposed to be?
It's footage from a security camera that captured the state of the immigration area.
Should I congratulate you on getting your hands on it?
Just letting you know that we're not the only ones watching your every movement.
Thank you for the warning.
Now, if you could take a good look at this section here. This lump here inside the pushcart, do you know what's causing it?
Should I? Because I don't.
In that case, allow me to enlighten you. This is the cause of the unnatural lump under the pushcart.
What is the meaning of showing me that?
It's to say that the unnatural bulge in the pushcart is Mr. Cochin's body. You had the Steel Samurai wheel his body away from the real crime scene.
What a guess. But I wonder if you have any evidence to support it.
I admit that for now it is but a hypothesis. However,
if you can't prove it, then I'm afraid I must be on my way. I don't have any more time to play with you people. Gumshoe! Sorry I took so long, Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
Gummy!
Detective Gumshoe, is that the Steel Samurai's pushcart?
Yes, sir. I found it in the open-air stage area.
So that's where you went.
The detective spirit that Pops left with me. I thought I'd follow my gut and go with it, sir.
Genuinely every character coming up to stop this Alba guy, for real. And I said it yesterday, I will say it again. Gumshoe is in absolutely peak form in this episode.
So, Mr. Edgeworth, is this worth anything to the case?
Oh, brother, you have no idea how clutch you just came up.
Yes, it just might play a major role in solving this case, Detective. But something isn't right. I thought that the entire Samurai family was in Alabast. Where exactly in the open-air stage area did you find this pushcart?
I found it just lying there at the edge of the stage, sir.
Oh? Well, let's leave that for now and examine the inside, Detective.
Yes, sir.
Steel Samurai Daddy used this pushcart to wheel the Iron Infant around.
The Iron Infant is the Steel Samurai's and the Pink Princess's kid, right?
Yes, he made an appearance at the end of the stage show. It was a rather fitting ending to the whole thing. That the Steel Samurai was unwittingly forced to move the body is just unforgivable.
Oh, and I...
It's blood.
This must be Mr. Cochin's blood. Which only goes to prove that Mr. Cochin's body was indeed transported by this pushcart. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Cochin at this theater, and then placed his body inside the pushcart. And then... you forced the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you.
I forced him to move the body into Alabast. What nonsense! Why would I bother to do such a thing?
You were scheduled to make a speech in Alabast, meaning it was difficult for you to make a stop in Babel. However, what if you moved the body to Alabast? Because it was your embassy, you could keep an eye on it and tamper with the evidence. And then you smuggled it out of Alabast.
No!
If I can show you how you moved the body from Alabast to Babel, then I win.
But you can't. The security between the two countries is incredibly tight.
I'll be the one to judge whether I can or cannot prove it. And so I ask you to provide us with this. Testimony regarding your movements after your return to Alabast.
Miles Edgeworth, have you figured it out? Do you know how the body was moved?
To be honest, I have nothing to support my hypothesis at this time. However, I don't believe I've made a mistake in my logic up to this point, which means
There is no question that can't be answered, right?
the Prima Duck statue was smuggled successfully through a brief flight through the air. So why shouldn't there be an answer as to how the body was moved? Which means that there must be a logic flaw somewhere I can exploit.
Here it is, final testimony of the day.
After I returned to Alabast, I had my picture taken with the Steel Samurai shaking hands. Then, just as I was about to start my speech, the Yatagarasu appeared. I feared for the national treasures, so I raced back to my office.
Is that all?
Yes, that is all.
It looks like you left out a few things, such as the murder of Damask 2. Furthermore, you left out the part about meeting with me in your office.
Ah, those trifling matters. I don't believe I need to speak of those things again. I do so hate to waste time.
What?
You. Is not every life precious?
Do you really need me to answer that for you?
People like you cannot be allowed to wander freely through society.
Then you'd better try hard, because I doubt you'll find a single contradiction.
He's really full of himself, isn't he?
Yes, he is. How can he be so confident at a time like this?
Come, don't be shy. Go ahead and ask whatever you like. After I returned to Alabast, I had picture taken with Steel Samurai.
Now we're free to press.
So why was it only with the Steel Samurai? I thought the Pink Princess was also around.
The Pink Princess was suffering from a bad hip at the time, and the doctors recommended that she rest.
Wow, so you do have a soft side after all.
The pain of a bad hip. I suppose none of you can really understand how it feels.
Oh, so you tend to strain your back as well, huh?
But isn't that just because you're normally all hunched over?
Yeah.
He did need to keep up the act no matter what, I suppose.
The point of this is not to discuss my back problems. For about 15 minutes after our handshake, I was in my office preparing for the speech. Then, just as I was about to start my speech, the Yatagarasu appeared.
That Yatagarasu was just a trick that you had set up.
A most amusing joke. And how do you propose that I set it up?
If you really want to know, I can explain in detail for you. You arranged the spotlights in the Rose Garden so that when you were to take the stage, the audience would see the Yatagarasu's shadow.
Oh, that is an interesting tale. Sadly, it has nothing to do with me.
Ew! What's it gonna take for you to fess up to anything?
Very well then. Let's move on to a different question. After the Yatagarasu appeared, what was the state of the Rose Garden?
Everyone took refuge inside the embassy. I even helped with the efforts. And then, once everyone was inside, well, I feared for the national treasure, so I raced back to my office.
And what happened after you returned to your office?
I don't want to keep on repeating this. However, upon my return, I had that stroke of bad luck and bumped into Masked Man. Masked Man.
And I don't want to keep on repeating this either. But his name was Damask 2.
Who cares what he was called? By the time he got to the Prima Duck statue that he was supposed to steal, it had already been swapped for the fake. Talk about an unlucky man, being bludgeoned to death with a fake statue.
Ms. Von Karm is really letting her whip fly now.
Eek! I think the scary part is her silence while she's doing it.
She must be at the limit of her patience as well. But physical attacks are meaningless here. Only evidence will suffice. I can't find a single flaw in his argument. At this rate, I won't be able to prove that he is actually guilty of anything.
Are we finished here?
Miles Edgeworth, can you not come up with how the body was moved to Babel?
Sir,
Mr. Edgeworth!
even after proving so much, is he gonna get away with it?
Is this the end?
It appears that we made it just in time.
It will be a great honor if you would allow us to be your allies in battle. Evil
Magistrate, it's time for you to pay.
It's the Steel Samurai! No, you're mistaken, for I am Steel Samurai Daddy, married man of Neo Old Tokyo. And this is Pink Princess Mommy.
Edgy Poo!
The two people that I wanted to see the least. Larry! What are you doing here?
Way to show your gratitude, Edgy. Yeah, we just wanted to help, yeesh. I'm gonna get the bad guy with a single thrust of my...
Go away.
How can you be so mean to us, Edgy Poo? All three of us came to lend a hand, and this is how you treat us.
Well, isn't this grand? And I see they managed to find the Iron Infant.
Does that really matter right now?
Hey! Is it just me, or is the Iron Infant completely soaked? Oh yeah! I found him in Babel, but he was in the middle of the pool.
Wait a second. Larry, go back to what you just said.
Huh? Oh, it appears that we made it.
Not that far back. Something about finding the Iron Infant in Babel. And he found it in a pool. I don't recall there being one in Babel.
Oh, that! Well, I was in Alabasta the whole time. So I have no idea how the Iron Infant wound up in Babel. I thought I had lost him in the Rose Garden. But I guess maybe this cute kid can swim, huh?
Wait, what? Larry, you lost the Iron Infant in the Rose Garden? Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm sure. But I found him in...
That's enough, Larry. The Iron Infant that Larry lost managed to move between the two countries. Furthermore, the Iron Infant was found soaked in the middle of a pool. This is what I've been looking for. It's another smuggling route between the countries. The key to the route the Iron Infant took to travel from Alabasta to Babel is...
Bilateral symmetry? Can I save? Let's save.
Ah, that's right. The embassy was built with bilateral symmetry in mind. Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, sir.
There's a location I wish for you to examine post-haste. It is where I believe the route used to smuggle Mr. Cochin's body lies.
Does something like that really exist, sir?
An embassy built on a bilateral symmetry, meaning that this is where we need to examine.
Take that!
Yes, sir. I'll be back before you know it. It's too late. It doesn't matter now what you do. It's all a waste of time. You will stay here with us and wait.
This is Edgeworth.
Mr. Edgeworth, it's here, sir. There's a reservoir here, just like in the Rose Garden.
just as I suspected.
What is it?
The two sides of this embassy are mirror images of each other, which means that there is also a pool at the corresponding location on the Babylese side. Mr. Cochin's body was moved into Babel through the pool in Alabast.
Avoiding the topic with a vague answer like that is unbecoming of a prosecutor. If you don't mind, I'd like to see more physical proof if you have any.
The Iron Infant is positively soaked in water. Why do you think that is? It's because he was fished out of a pool, and not just any pool, it was the Babylese one. I think it's pretty obvious at this point what must be true. The water reservoirs in the two courtyards are connected.
And where is your proof the two sides are connected?
The proof is right there before your eyes. The half-drowned Iron Infant.
Oh. This blasted doll!
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back. Hey. Don't tell me you guys figured everything out without me.
We did, thanks to this hero of justice's son. Even if he is just a doll, he managed to help foil the villain.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Look, I don't want to say this, but it's kind of unlikely that the body just happened to have passed through to Babel. This guy's a doll and he's small, so I can believe it made it, but
he has a point.
Yes, that's right. I'm glad someone here understands. Mr. Edgeworth, are you going to next propose that a dead body can swim through a pipe?
See, Mr. Prosecutor, a chase after this man is far from over.
Agent Lang.
Why is he helping Mr. Alba out now?
He's not. He realized the flaw in my argument and is helping to move the logic along. In which case, I should return the favor and find an answer.
And another thing, Mr. Cochin's body was found in his office in Babel. So what happened to his body after it was transported to the open-air stage?
Mr. Alba had an accomplice in Babel, remember?
You mean Shina, right?
With her there, you can see how it was possible to move the body up to the office.
Are you seriously claiming that she swam through the connecting pipe with the body?
He's right. Miss Shina would drown if she did that.
It's hard to imagine that she swam through the connecting pipe.
It looks like your hypothesis about how the body was moved is still only half-baked. In the end, it's all just the befuddled musings of an accusatory man. Now then, I believe you should give up and allow me passage. Because from the start, there was no feasible method of transporting the body.
What?
Mr. Prosecutor, recall Shina's movements.
What was happening in the embassy around the time Miss Shina was in Babel?
Oh, if only there was a way to get rid of the water in the pool.
There is.
Get rid of the water? Aha! That's it!
Now I believe this time we really are done, right?
Nope.
Unfortunately for you, it's far from over, Mr. Alba.
You are a most persistent man. Are you saying that you've thought of a way to move the body through the water?
Move the body through the water? That is completely unrelated to how it was done.
Excuse me?
The reason I say that is because there wasn't any water at the time.
What do you mean there wasn't any water?
Just what it sounds like. Tonight's events made it possible to drain the water, allowing the body to be moved.
Yes, they did.
Tonight, the Yatagarasu set fire to a variety of locations in the Babylonis embassy. In order to put the fires out, much of the reservoir's water was used. Of course, when the water was used, the reservoir's water level went down. If enough water was drained, the connecting pipe could be used to traverse the border.
So what? The water level went down, the reservoirs were connected. Does any of this matter? You can't prove any of this.
Pretending to be ignorant won't work with me. We both know what kind of situation we're in right now. Even in a game, there comes a critical game-changing moment. A moment in which you hit a wall that you must overcome in order to beat the game.
I haven't lost yet.
I found the route you used to smuggle the body, and that route will lead to your defeat.
Even if all the water was used by the firefighting effort, you still can't really call that a smuggling route.
I know that.
I should have figured that you would notice. Hey, Mr. Alba, how deep are those pools anyway? I'll have you know those pools are extremely deep. And there are no ladders or footholds along the walls either. It would be difficult for Shina to hold the body and climb up out of the pool.
Ladders or footholds along the wall. There was no need for such things.
What do you mean?
If one were to use a certain something, they could go up or down the pool at will.
Oh, it looks like you've got an answer already. Well, what are you waiting for, Mr. Prosecutor? Enlighten us already.
The way in which Ms. Shina and the body were able to rise up to ground level. If there was a way to control the water level, that could be the way the body was moved. This was used so that the body and Ms. Shina could move up and down the pool.
Yeah,
I was a little nervous, I'm not gonna lie. Mr. Alba used the fountain spouts in a manner of speaking.
He used the fountain spouts? How so?
The water level in the pools can be controlled by opening and closing the spouts. Ms. Shina and the body were lifted upward by their buoyancy in the water. The fire on the Babylonis side and the firefighting efforts. These were set in motion all for the sake of smuggling Mr. Kochin's body. Shall I show you where the final destination of my train of logic leads? First, Mr. Alba closed the fountain spouts in advance in preparation of things to come. Then he took the pushcart that was brought to the Rose Garden and pushed it along with the Iron Infant and Mr. Kochin's body in the pool. At this time, Ms. Shina was busy conveniently starting the first fire in Babel. She then made for the open-air stage's pool to wait for the firefighting effort to begin. When the firefighters used the water in that pool, the water level went down, and by the time the fire was put out, the pipe between the two pools was exposed. This is when she pushed the pushcart from Alabast into Babel. Once that was accomplished, Mr. Alba simply opened the fountain spouts once more. And the water level rose up to its original level, along with Ms. Shina in the body. After that, Ms. Shina used the pushcart to carry the body up to the Secretariat's office. There is an elevator in the embassy after all, so you see, even with her small frame, she could have easily transported Mr. Kochin's body. And that wraps up my thorough explanation of how the body was moved. Well, Ex-Ambassador Alba, what do you think? Not so untouchable without your precious extraterritorial rights to protect you, are you?
I knew you could do it, Mr. Edgeworth. Way to fight back.
You accuse me of moving the body across country lines? But when you get down to the nitty-gritty, you don't have what it takes to indict me.
The nitty-gritty? What does the old man want now?
Proof, I believe, is what he seeks.
Yes, proof. Without any, who is to say whether or not any of what you said really happened?
He wants proof. What are we gonna do, Mr. Edgeworth?
There's no need to worry. I've had all the proof we need all along. The body wasn't the only thing to go through the pool's connecting pipe tonight. Just as Detective Gumshoe found the pushcart in the open-air stage area, so too did I find one other item there. And that piece of evidence is what will prove that the pools were the smuggling route. This was another thing that was smuggled over to Babel's open-air stage area.
And what exactly is this?
You have no idea, do you? This little piece that I found on the Babelese side will be your undoing.
A guitar pick? Would you care to explain how that is going to do me in, as it were?
Much to your chagrin, perhaps, but this is not a guitar pick.
What?
Now, this is something I found at the open-air stage, which was transported with the body. I naturally assumed that you would recognize it, since you took a photo with it after all. But since you don't, allow me to show you what this fragment from the stage area belongs to.
Take that!
Let us take a good look at the murder weapon that was used to kill Manny Cochin. On the handle of this knife, there is a beautifully blooming flower. However, it would appear that it's missing a single petal. Now let's see what happens when we try to fit this pick in that open slot.
It's a perfect fit.
I assume that the petal must have fallen off the flower during Mr. Cochin's murder. And then it was accidentally placed into the pushcart along with Mr. Cochin's body.
That's an interesting story, nothing more.
Oh, I assure you, it's more than just a story. Because for some odd reason, this flower petal was wet when I found it.
It was wet, you say?
Yes, and the only place it could have gotten wet from is the open-air stage's pool. Now I ask you, how did a part of the weapon which was smuggled into the theater wind up in the open-air stage area of the Babelese side of the embassy? I don't think we need to waste any words explaining this, as this petal explains it all for me. It proves that someone went from the Rose Gardens pool on through into Babel.
Impossible! The people of Zhang Fa have been waiting to see you face to face, Mr. Alba. I'll tell everyone back home we'll be there soon. You should be very happy. Why?
Why? It's a little late to be asking that question. You should have known from the very beginning, when you took your first life. No matter how you may plot or how you may try to cover it all up, you can never hide from your crime and what you've done. Because we're here to see to it that justice is served to people like you.
You can't call what you've given a perfect argument.
You know, I don't think this guy is going to ever admit his wrongdoings, Mr. Edgeworth. Because he values himself above all else. People who can't be negotiated with, or people who refuse to admit when they've lost. I don't believe those kinds of people really exist, because everyone breaks eventually.
You're right. In that case, I have no choice but to use all of the evidence I have. I use it all until he breaks under the weight of his crimes. Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more. This really will be the end of the line.
Ooh. Stage set for tomorrow. Alrighty. You can def finish this game tomorrow. For sure, for sure. Alright, I'm excited to see how this all comes to an end. This has been a great mystery. I've really enjoyed this case a lot. So I'm excited to see the big finale. And then next week, we'll get into the new game. So I'll see you tomorrow for the final chapter of this case. And until then, I hope you have a great rest of your day. Happy Friday. Peace.
So maybe there's something to learn and just letting go, trying to earn something. So I mean getting old, I don't know if that's a deal I'ma make. For what they give, or you know they gon' take everything, everyone, all of yourself. Set you aside, put you up on a shelf. Backseat driving your life, man, that ain't right. They a parasite, hope you see the light. More than black and white, truth is in the gray. Do yourself, don't pray. We gonna be okay. We gon' make it through the day. Feels like each word is my final. Somehow right now fighting for hope feels like all I have left. But somehow I feel free, I don't care about the rest. I feel the peace and contentment inside. As I open my heart, I got nothing to hide. Wouldn't trade anyone here by my side for a ransom of riches. My fortune is pride.